see what we can get into. We're going to do a little bit of this hard bell.
How you doing? I'm doing. So from New York City, staying up late, here is Dr. Malachi Martin. For a very long time, I've been on a search for some sort of proof of life after death. Here is somebody who calls himself single. Are you there? There's going to be the biggest UFO sighting of the century. You're listening to One Bell on Peter Records. Welcome to Untitled Somewhere in Time. Tonight featuring Coast to Coast AM from the 1st of June, 1994. From the high desert and the great American Southwest, I bid you good evening, good morning in some areas, and welcome to that first and or last hour of Coast to Coast AM PM. Which is what I guess I have to call it at this hour. There's not really much choice, is there? To the Reverend Heber Jench, I believe somewhere down near the LA area, probably. Reverend Jench, good evening.
Good evening, how are you?
Very well, thank you. Welcome to the program.
Well, I'm glad to be here, and how are things out your way?
Things are dry and well, thank you, after some storms raging over the high desert here. Reverend Jench, what in the world is Scientology? What actually is it?
Well, first of all, Scientology is an applied religious philosophy. It deals with you as an individual, you as a spiritual being. We understand that man is a spiritual being, that he has a mind, which is not your brain. I know it's exactly say it's your brain. It's not your brain. And you have a body, and that you can affect the body through the mind. We also, it's not a belief system or a dogma. It is a religion which is based upon scientific principles and which draws the Eastern thought, how the whole concept of man as a spiritual being from the East, and then uses Western technology to combine and to help a person understand who he is, what he is, where he's going, what he's doing. And it is something which is, you use practical rules and principles of Scientology to remove past problems, past stops in your life, traumatic incidents of the past. That gives you better capability to do what you want to do to achieve your goals in present time. So it is not something which people just believe, it's not something which is the dogma. It is something which a person can apply to life, see changes in his life. And again, it's not something where you have to believe in something for it to occur. It's you do something yourself using the principles of Scientology. You make up your own mind whether it works. It doesn't matter what I say or what you say or what anybody else says. You discover for yourself its workability, and that's its value. It's very practical, applied religious philosophy.
Well, I certainly understand the aspect of the mind affecting the body and you being a summation of your history. That certainly all makes sense. Is Scientology a religion?
Yes, I mean, religion comes from the word renegade, to find fact. Religion has always dealt with the concept of the human spirit. Nothing else has ever dealt with that. And there's always been a problem with religion. And Scientology certainly fits that. In fact, on October the 1st of 1993, the Church of Scientology has got full recognition by the Internal Revenue Service for all its churches and its various public organizations, charitable organizations, recognizing that they were established and are established for religious and charitable purposes. Further, that ended a 40-year war between the Internal Revenue Service. But in doing so,
why did you have that war, Reverend? I mean, the contention of the IRS?
Well, it's interesting. We had gotten into a long-term battle based on the fact that in 1950, 21 days after Mr. Hubbard wrote the book Dianetics, Modern Science of Health, the American Money Association, better known probably the American Medical Association, along with the American Psychiatric Association, got together and issued papers and letters to each other first saying, I don't know what this is, but we don't like it, let's get rid of it. They felt that if psychosomatic illnesses could be resolved, which they could by the man in the street who had now for the first time workable technology which dealt with the mind, it was encroached upon a very lucrative area of their control.
Well, to give that Reverend a little power, there was a study that came out the other day about people who are given pills, sugar pills, that do absolutely nothing. 60 or I forget, perhaps 70% of them had a positive reaction because they thought they were getting something that was going to cure them.
Sure, and it shows the power of mind. And of course, when Dianetics came out, remember discovered that the mind is those pictures that people record things in life by making pictures of things. I mean, if I ask you what you had for breakfast, you probably get a picture of what you had for breakfast right there. It's a way of recording it. But then there's the other side of the mind, which is called reactive mind. That mind deals with moments of pain or unconsciousness or threat or loss and that sort of thing. And that mind is just below unconsciousness, but it can affect an individual because things are said. And it's interesting, Mr. Herbert brought this out in 1950. But at that time, he was way ahead of his time. He said, look, when people talk around an unconscious person, it can affect them. I've seen a lot of press in the last 5-6 years saying that the doctors are saying they should be quiet in the operating room because things that are said affect the person adversely. Well, that was something which he brought out back in 1950. So, I was thinking that sort of a classic case, an individual who fell with about 20 or so feet in Hawaii while he was climbing, and people stood around, he was unconscious and saying, boy, it looks like he'll never walk again, and he's broken his leg. Anyway, he went to a hospital and his legs were healed, but he had extreme difficulty walking. There was nothing physically wrong with him. But again, by using Dianetics, he was able to go back in time to sort of rerun that subconscious tape, that video recording, if you will, that tape recording of what occurred, and then heard the people say, oh, he'll probably never walk again, and so forth. And that restored his capability to walk because it was psychosomatic.
All right, well then why is Scientology more than a placebo?
Well, because it's an exact technology of how to deal with the mind. It's a way of approaching that subconscious part of the mind in what we call Dianetics, through the mind, going back and locating the exact moments of pain or unconsciousness, what was said, being able to review it, and without drugs, without hypnosis or anything like that. Anyone can do it who can read a book and read Dianetics. There's ways listed in there to do that. But it's a very precise technology. And when I say technology, that probably is something people don't necessarily understand, but technology indicates that it's something, if you do it repetitively, you can always get a result. Well, that is what is new in the spirit. And my Dianetics is now sold almost 17 million copies internationally, and Mr. Hubbard's works on Scientology, Dianetics, and other writings now number about 155 million in the public arena.
That's a lot of books sold. All right. What about the actual religious aspect? In other words, what does Scientology teach about God and religion in general?
Well, first of all, we hold that an individual may have his own particular belief system about what God is. It's not a dogma, so we don't tell him that this is what God is. But we do say there is a supreme being. We recognize that there is a supreme being. And since Scientology is pan-denominational, people can come in from all kinds of religions. In fact, a lot of times you'll find out that people people have a dual membership. They may be Jewish, and they may be, they might be Scientologists at the same time. But they all have their own concept of what God is. And I think we sort of approach it from the Buddhist tradition, which is you understand yourself first as a spiritual being, and then later on you can understand your relationship to the Supreme Being. I'm simplifying this a lot, you know.
That's fine. I think I appreciate that. What happens to us when we die, Reverend?
Well, we come back, Art. And, you know, that's an interesting concept. I don't, not reincarnation with the concept you come back as animals or whatever other things. Man, you know, a spiritual being comes back in a body and lives again. Now, you know, I realize that sort of goes against a lot of the Western tradition, but it's certainly something which has been millions of people have followed for years and years.
Yes.
Eastern tradition. So it's more in the Eastern tradition. You live again, and one has more than one life. And of course, that's kind of interesting too, because again, Mr. Hubbard found this with Dianetics back in 1950, and he said, well, this is a phenomenon that people talk about having lived before.
Yes.
And then I read this stuff in the last 3 or 4 years, and there's people hopping on the bandwagon as if that was something that they had totally discovered anew, finding that it counts people about having lived in past lives, that they lived better lives, they felt better, they had greater health. So Mr. Hubbard was way ahead of his time when he wrote the book Dianetics, Modern Science, and Mental Health.
How did he get to be president of Scientology? How does that happen?
Well, Art, that was something where I have been in Scientology now for almost 28 years. In fact, this year marks my 28th year in Scientology. And at the time when the Church of Scientology International was established back in 1981, by that time I had been in Scientology for almost 15 years.
Mm-hmm.
And I had worked for the church, by that time I'd been a full-time staff member for a little over 10 years. And the board of directors was formed, and at that time they were looking for someone to be the president. And since I had established myself as a executive and worked for the church for all those years, it was decided that I would be the president. And that's I'm the first president, and I've been that president since 1981.
No little puffs of smoke rising from Scientology headquarters, I take it. In other words, you don't have that sort of pomp and circumstance.
No, it's funny you mentioned that. I guess not. You know, it's just we're hardworking folks, and you know, we recognize that. No, I see what you're saying. No, I think these just puffs of smoke. You know, here in LA, and we've had riots and everything else. For a second, I just shifted my attention, but I see what you're saying. No, there's no papal bull. There's no such thing. It's not something like that. I missed the humor of it for a second, but no, people who are in Scientology hold positions of trust based on their competence and their long years of service.
Okay.
But it's not something where, you know, there's some sort of, I mean, it's very direct. It's not a divine appointment or something like that, no.
All right. Nevertheless, you are a reverend.
That's right. I mean, but I also studied extensively to do that. You know, understand that before I came into the Church of Scientology, that I went to college and I graduated from the University of Utah out there in Salt Lake City. So I know what it takes in terms of getting a degree and the kind of study that one does for the various subjects in order to major in those subjects. In order for me to become a minister, I spent just for that particular level the equivalent of 4 years in college and a major to arrive at that particular point. So there are basic studies that one does, learning about the mind, learning about the counseling techniques of Scientology, which are very precise and very well articulated. So I had to do all that before I became a minister. Mm-hmm. And it's a regimen. It's not something easily or simply given to an individual. There is a good deal of study involved.
I'm sure there is. How big is Scientology? Will you tell how many members you have?
We now have over 8 million members internationally. We are located in 102 countries. We now have some 1,500 organizations internationally. Scientology and its books and works have been translated into over 40 different languages. And, Scientology has been growing tremendously in Europe. The Dynetics books are very popular in Russia right now. And Germany, of all places, where we have probably the greatest amount of problems dealing with the old neo-fascism problems over there. At the same time, Scientology is growing very strongly in that country.
I can imagine Scientology would grow very quickly indeed in Russia. It's very troubled right now. There have not been a lot of traditional religions there. And so it just will thrive. It would make sense that it would thrive in Russia.
Well, it's been 70 years of the teachings of no religion, except for some folks who, lived through that time. And there really has not been a religion in Russia per se. But at the same time, you'll find the Russians they are concerned. They have sort of a Western approach in terms of science. They want something which works. And so they are inquisitive in that direction. But there is a resurgence of religion in Russia, and certainly there are conflicts where the Russian Orthodox Church, coming back into power, is concerned about other religions. But of course, Russia has always been a place of many different ethnicities and different religions. One looks at the traditions going back through the centuries. So it certainly isn't something new. Scientology, though, in that sense, is new, in that we're talking about precision of counseling. We're talking about a way to understand the mind, a way to understand oneself spiritually. So there is a large appeal in Russia. I will say that is quite true.
All right. I'm familiar with some forms of Buddhism. There's a fairly radical sect of Buddhism that's coming to America now, known as, I believe, Nichiren Shoshu, Soka Gakkai. Are you familiar with that?
I've heard of Soka Gakkai and Nichiren Shoshu. I'm not terribly familiar with their teachings. But when you say radical...
Radical, from a Buddhist, mainline Buddhist perspective. And so I'm curious, that's radical. Do people regard you as radical? As a matter of fact, how do the traditional religions in America respond? Do they regard Scientology as a threat, an evil, or how do they regard it?
No, I think that, that's changed quite a bit. I think there was a bit of controversy back, and certainly there was controversy back in the 60s and 70s, and but over the last 5 or 7 years, it's changed quite a bit. As a matter of fact, Church Scientology was quite involved with 63 other organizations, all the mainline religions, and the Religious Freedom Restoration Act. That was the famous Smith case that occurred up there in the Pacific Northwest, where essentially the Supreme Court ruled that the First Amendment and religion was not an inalienable right, but a privilege granted by the state. So we worked along side by side with Catholics, with Mormons, with Baptists, with Protestants, with Jewish faith. I mean, it was an incredible gathering together of all religions. Scientology was very much involved in that. In fact, I had the opportunity to go back there to speak when Clinton signed that into law. And we were called by the White House, invited to the White House. I think that's over, and I think the recognition of Church Scientology by the Internal Revenue Service, by the way, that was the most assiduous, exhaustive examination in the history of this country was done on the churches of Scientology to see whether or not they should pass scrutiny and to receive as an entire organization their recognition as religious and charitable organizations and being established for religious and charitable purposes. We passed that test. So, no, I think that conflict is gone. I think there might be some residual noise out there, but Scientology has arrived as a religion, and certainly I work with Catholics, I work with Jewish people, I work with people of all faiths. In fact, I'm a member of a group called the American Conference on Religious Movement. It's been around for 8 years. And, there are Catholics, there are Methodists, Protestants on that board. The head of the dean of the religious studies at Catholic University, William Sentner, is on the board, and myself. And friend of mine goes there, John Communication Church, and we have brought together religions of all kinds and created dialogues with this organization for the last 8 years.
Reverend, I know you've had your own recent dealings with the phone government, the IRS, I guess, so I'm curious, how do you view, we only have about a minute here, how do you view what happened in Waco, Texas?
Well, I think that Nancy Ammerman's report, which was part of the Justice Department's report, is a very key point to look at. And the fact that Nancy Ammerman brought up the fact that the anti-religious group activities, I call them the Criminal Association Network, their involvement in inciting that Waco situation is something which she was deeply concerned about. That was one major point that she brought up. They were the inciters of that issue. And the other point she brought out, which was extremely important, was the failure of the agencies involved, FBI, ATF, to use religious people who understood what the situation was, who offered their services to do negotiations and so forth, and they were denied that right to do it.
All right, we have to break off there. We'll move on to the other. Reverend, hold on, we'll be right back to you. And Reverend Heber Jench, president of Scientology, is my guest. We'll be back. This is Born Network. That was Art Bell hosting Coast to Coast AM on this Somewhere in Time. You're listening to Art Somewhere in Time. Tonight featuring Coast to Coast AM from the 1st of June, 1994. Now back to Reverend Jench. Hi there.
Hi, we finished off. I wanted to sort of finish up a piece of that communication.
Yes.
You asked about Waco. And not only Nancy Ammerman's presentation to the Justice Department was important. I had the opportunity to meet with a number of religious leaders around the country who were deeply, deeply disturbed by what occurred down there. And I know that Jamestown, who is the head of the Joint Baptist Committee representing, I don't know, about 30 million Baptists in America, and the former director, James Wood, who was a neighboring university right there in Waco. James Wood is there, and Jamestown is in Washington, D.C. Both were extremely concerned about this, and Jamestown and Dean Kelly, the National Council of Churches Religious Freedom Committee, both offered to go in there. I know others who did the same and were denied the opportunity to go in there. What they were told was, well, we have our own professionals, and what they depended upon were psychiatrists, and of course these people here from the Criminal Association Network. There's an article written in The Nation by Alexander Coburn, May 9, 1994, and people might pick that up because it's a rather strong analysis of what occurred in that situation down there, and it involves the person who had held one of the Davidians for 5 days over here in Glendale, California, and quote, deprogrammed him and then taken him to the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms as a former Davidian and used him as a key person to file complaints against the Davidians. And again, it was indicated by Ammerman's report that taking people with such extreme animosity as was presented here to then express themselves against that group really did not serve a good purpose. Of course, it was horrible. I just came back from Europe 2 days ago, and people over there are appalled such a thing happened. In fact, they are terrified about such a thing. And I was interested in the commentary coming down to this place called East Grinstead. There's a St. Swithin's church. And as you walk around the yard, I just saw this last week, there are 3 tombstones, and in Latin, it is the ashes of the last 3 witches which were buried in 1567 or 1557, burned at the stake in England, and it says they were of the other faith. So my point is, being that the hysteria being generated here in America has really a two-sided, sort of seems to be two-sided at least, but the point is we have plurality of religions over here. You know, there's only one church in England, it's the Anglican Church. Other churches are registered as religious charitable organizations. That's kind of fascinating because there's that one church. Over here we have a plurality. There are a lot of different churches. That's how the Constitution was set up. And I just want to make a point that religions do have a right to exist in America. They may be different, and they may have different philosophies, different religions, but that is America, and that's what's made America strong. And I think respect for each other's religions is extremely important, and it's something that should be developed rather than something which should be played against each other.
Is Scientology a fairly open-minded religion? In other words, it's very inclusive or not?
It's very inclusive because people of all religions join Scientology, and I would have people who, as I say, from many different faiths and even no faith, because as one becomes a part of Scientology and studies it, one finds that he has a greater understanding of himself, a greater feeling for others, and then he wants to help other people. And I think that's why we've been able to take 100,000 people off the drugs. Again, we have a very an existing technology that deals with drug addiction and drug problems, so we've been able to deal with that. We've also
I've got another hot potato for you. What is Scientology's attitude on homosexuality? Earlier in the day, our Surgeon General said that lesbians should be allowed to join the Girl Scouts. That was a follow-on to her earlier remark that homosexuals ought to be able to join the Boy Scouts. What is Scientology's attitude?
well, we don't tell people what their sexual they will be our way. You know, we certainly don't get into dogmatic things. You know, what is important is the spiritual side of the individual and his spiritual development and growth, and he has to look at those things that prevent him from achieving it. You know, and of course, in a society where drugs is a problem, we deal a lot with that. Just on terms of handling that socially, we deal with the vast devastation that has occurred in education in America.
Should drugs be legalized?
I don't know. I don't think. Here's my problem with it. You know, when somebody drives down the street and he's on a drug and he crashes into your car, does hit on collision, he gets out and says, "Well, I'm sorry I killed your family and so forth, but you know, I have a right to take my drugs." I don't think you could put people into vehicles and, you know, flying airplanes and driving cars and trains and everything else who are on drugs.
All right, well, for the purpose of this discussion, I'm going to have to take a position that I don't necessarily believe in, but why wouldn't we treat drugs legalized as we treat alcohol? In other words, alcohol is out there and it's a big problem, but you can't drive legally under the influence of alcohol. Why wouldn't legalized drugs be roughly the same?
Well, because, you know, that's the big promotional push from the psychiatrists to look to put people on drugs, saying, "Oh yeah, hey, listen, it's great," you know, and they call them recreation drugs out here. I think that's insane. I think that the problem is that look at how many thousands of deaths are created by alcoholism in America, and for them to say, "Well, let's just give people drugs now and go full blast with that," what they're saying is, "So let's kill a few thousand more. What the heck?" You know, it works with alcohol.
Well, the main,
add another piece to that devastation.
Right, but the main argument appears to be our jails are full. We now have just short of 1 million people in jail in America. About 60% of them are in there on drug-related offenses. America is falling apart.
It's a very good point you bring up, Art. There are 750,000 prisoners in America. By the way, the highest per capita of any place in the world. We put more people in prison than anyone else.
Actually, the late figures are over 900,000. That's as of tonight.
Wow. Okay, I'm probably 2 years behind you, which is a horrendous point. Let me bring out a couple of points on that. In California, it's 44% of people who go to prison are being put in there for drug and drug-related crimes. I don't think that See, I don't think you have to criminalize it that way. I think all you have to do is offer workable programs that show that you can take somebody off the drugs and stay off the drugs. And I think that starts to change the society. I mean, we've taken 100,000 people or more off the drugs now. We have a recidivism rate that's one of the lowest that I know of in the world. By independent studies in Sweden and in Spain, for example, we're talking about 75 and 78% success rates. That's quite something. We're 100% drug-free religion. That means it is possible to be drug-free. I think people say, let's just go back and give drugs to people and let them take it is devastation. I think that's what destroys a culture. I mean, if you look at all the historical perspectives, cultures that went into heavy drugs did not survive. So, but I'm saying with 100% drug-free religion, I think that others can do it. And I grew up out in Utah originally, so I saw the Mormons, and they lived lives where, again, they chose not to use drugs, and they've been a very strong and a very healthy kind of church out that way.
Reverend, we're going to have to hold it there. We're getting close to the top of the hour, and I've got something I've got to do. So I'm going to ask you to hold on. When we come back, we'll also touch on the new syndrome, the Gulf War syndrome. So relax, we'll be back to you shortly. Reverend Hebertich is my guest. He's president of the Church of Scientology. And I promise we'll get phone lines open in the next hour. The pet project that I know you had, and it was the only thing I knew about you before this interview, was with regard to government openness, the radiation tests the government has done, the above-ground testing they did, that I think may have infected you. You said you lived in Utah. And the testing our government is doing generally, chemical, biological, and so forth.
Yeah, there's a much larger picture which you bring up here, and it's an important picture, especially Las Vegas, Nevada, or anyone in the States, because every one of the states was hit by an atomic fallout. Now, there's two points I want to bring up. I mean, I grew up in Utah, and so I was a recipient of radiation fallout. When I was 15 years of age, I almost died from radiation burns, which the government chose not to tell the people out there that they were recipients of heavy fallout. And for them to say now, well, we just didn't know what we were doing, we were trying to find out, is absolutely insane. I have to characterize it almost humorously, but it's just insane because reading documents from 1946, top secret, they knew what they were doing. They knew that it would create problems. They knew that, I was trained in the Army in handling nuclear casualties. So I know the extent of what it can do to an individual.
Yes, I was given similar training in the Air Force. I was a medic, so I knew what you went through.
Yeah, exactly. And this is something which I think people have to look at. So I saw an incredible amount of devastation out there. I saw lives being just destroyed. And I have lost a lot of friends in Utah who died, unfortunately, at a very young age. And again, we were told what they were doing. We didn't know the level of destruction that was occurring at the time. Along with that, at the same time, people don't realize that there was also this problem, which was that the government was also involved in biological weapons, chemical weapons, and experimenting vastly on the American public, where a lot of people died.
Yes. Did you see the recent theatrical version? You probably missed it, of The Stand.
I don't think I saw
Stephen
that.
King's The Stand. Well, the scenario in The Stand is that some sort of biological something awful gets loose and virtually kills about 99% of the world's population. And the story went on from there. It's not important. The question is, what do you think AIDS is?
Well, I get that question all along. Let me just say, that is such a devastating question. It is such a devastating disease. But it seems to be so sophisticated that one has to wonder about it. Let me just say that when we were doing a bunch of work on the issue of biological weapons, A lady came to me about 1978, maybe as late as 79, but right around there, 78, 79. And we've been publishing some stuff at that time. She walked in, she said that her husband had been a person working at Edgewood, Maryland, where a lot of this stuff went on. And she said that he died of his entire immune deficiency system breaking down, that he had worked on so many different biological weapons and taken so many different types of antidotes for him, that his body had just completely deteriorated and had no longer a defense system.
That's AIDS.
That's AIDS to me. And I heard that back in, before I ever heard of AIDS, by the way. And she was trying to get the government to give her restitution for his death, and they just said it was CHOP related. Yeah, well, that's interesting. I never saw that lady again, but it has always stuck in my mind. Where did it come from? And that one little anecdote, that one remembrance, has bothered me. On top of that, when I had seen the CIA in the 50s developing special biological weapons which would kill ethnic minorities, as they did with black children, using a whooping cough virus in the 50s down in Palmetto, Florida. We went through 10,000 documents the CIA gave us under the Freedom of Information Act, and slowly, meticulously pieced together a mosaic of horror, where the CIA had run this operation and killed, 12 kids died, 11 were black, 400 came down with it. It was a really major epidemic. But it was engineered by CIA agents going down there to see if they could develop biological weapons which would attack certain groups and certain minorities. Now, we both know that if you allow that to happen, that a lot of destruction can occur. And also, allowing that to happen, the fact that it occurred that long ago in the 50s, they have continued to develop weapons of magnitude. Where are they now? And the question does have to be asked, and I think that, again, under the Freedom of Information Act, which folks want to know, is AIDS a biologic that got loose? And if it is, then you can imagine the government not wanting anyone to know what that is.
Of course, it sounds like you lean toward that view.
Well, I'm terribly worried about it because I don't have an exact document on it, but when I see these documents of disease after disease and targeting ethnic minorities in America for decimation and developing weapons, spending who knows hundreds of millions of dollars to do it. It bothers me. I have a letter here from January 1, 1990 from Channel 9 KUSA up in Denver to a couple of our folks. He writes at the end of this something which really disturbs me. This is 1990, by the way. In case you're interested in the current Defense Department research in this field, this is chemical biological warfare, I'm enclosing an extra copy of the environmental impact statement for the Army Biological Defense Program. The Army is spending more than $100 million a year to experiment with and even to genetically alter some of the most dangerous pathogens known. Everything from encephalitis to snake toxins. And he goes on. One has to know. In other words, I'm deeply grateful to what Helen O'Leary has done at the Department of Energy level to expose past issues of radiation and what occurred in the experimentation, much of which still hasn't been released and has not been released. What I'm terrified about is that deeply concerned about is the chemical and biologics that also were being released in those years, and the attention has not yet gone on to really releasing the information on that level. That has to happen.
What happened in San Francisco? There was a big, some sort of test article in San Francisco.
Yeah, what they did in San Francisco, and they did it in some other places, was they took some pathogenic type of germs, and they said, well, first they said, well, it's just harmless, it's not going to harm anybody, and they took ships off the coast there, and they ran a fog of these germs and released them in the wind so that they drifted over through the day. And then throughout the San Francisco area, they had these little receptor points that they had placed. I'm telling you people are good, by the way, where they could pick up the germs, they could figure out how fast they traveled, at what intensities, and so forth. It was found out later that those pathogens they released caused people with emphysema and people who had respiratory problems. They documented a death in that particular case. We don't know how many other people died with it. But that was an experiment done in San Francisco. Then you go to the other coast, and there in Georgia, for example, they were releasing hundreds of millions of mosquitoes, and they selected an area where it was a black or an African American housing area, which hit these folks. And then when we exposed that information, went back and folks wrote in and told us about a number of diseases that had happened, stillborn babies, which had occurred because of that. It just went on and on and on. Well, the point simply being that it was in Savannah, for example. You know, these people were talking about unknown disease. Infants died. 24 years later, people are having heart trouble caused by mosquito-induced problems. They didn't tell these people what they were doing. They didn't tell them they were releasing it. Again, here's the government experimenting on the public. It's macabre.
And I take it that Scientology is able to address a lot of the ills that have been perpetrated in those ways.
Well, we've run into it, especially, I think, in terms of what happened in Vietnam, Agent Orange, for example, diamonds. Now they use it as malaflion out here in California and spray everybody with that. Again, what we find is respiratory effects. My son almost died because they were spraying with malaflion out here a few years ago, and I went over to the Presbyterian Hospital, Children's Hospital, and talked to one of the doctors there, and he said they always had a rise in respiratory problems for children and people of the age whenever that stuff was sprayed, but they just go ahead and do it. We found, yes, we started addressing the problem with dioxin, for example, and Agent Orange.
We're going to pause here at the top of the hour for some news, and we'll be right back with the Reverend James. Your Networks presents Heartfelt Somewhere in Time. Tonight featuring Coast to Coast AM from the 1st of June, 1994. Good evening, good morning. Actually, good morning, I think, over most of the coverage area of the network, with the exception of Alaska and Hawaii, where it's going to be evening for a while yet. I've got a guest. My guest is the Reverend Hubert Jensch. Reverend Jensch is the president of the Church of Scientology. And for the past hour, we've been talking about Scientology and much more. And we're going to do more of that in just a moment. We'll get back to Reverend Jensch in just a moment. Once again, the Reverend Jensch. Are you there, sir?
Yes, sir, I am, Art. I remember you just told us about concern about potential biologics in
the Gulf War. Yes.
I have in front of me just interesting 3 documents from the CIA, top secret classification. Let me just read you 2 or 3 of these little paragraphs because it sort of leads to what we were just talking about at the break. Here's one that's dated 9 November 1962. It's date initiated MK Ultra 1958. It says cutouts for drugs and other materials. There's development testing of anti-material systems, biological hydrogen systems, personnel marking systems, and biological weapon harassment systems. Provides facility for large-scale production of microorganisms. Provides general advisory and developmental services in the biological weapon area. In that same project, Subproject 78, dated 28 September 57, it says, purpose to provide complete microbiological support, ranging from research to establishing production capability, to meet technical services division's special requirements, to provide special materials as well as general advisory and system developmental service in connection with the overall microbiological and biological program, provide to cover and act as cutoff for special jobs. Here's the paragraph. This last one is marked warning, notice, defense intelligence source and methods involved, eyes only, top secret. It says A and it's all blanked out. You know, people who are not familiar with it, they black out a lot of sections. Develops, evaluates, and maintains a variety of biological materials suitable for covert application. Since some of these materials have nothing to do with the area of manipulating human behavior, we're planning to continue our relationship with blank using our normal contractual mechanism. All I'm saying is that these documents, which are startling and devastating in their intent and in some of the descriptions, show that there has been a foundation for this type of activity for some time. The closest time concern is the attempt to create biological weapons or to genetically alter various types of germs and so forth in germ warfare. With the whole concept, for example, National Institute of Health headed up by psychiatrist Frederick Goodwin, who has been promoting the idea of genetically altering African Americans as, quote, his solution to, quote, crime. And that takes us into a whole kind of clockwork orange, modern, madness sort of thing that I think we really have to pay attention to. I don't want to make everyone afraid of all this. I just say that an informed public is a public that can take action on these sort of things. And so I think what we're saying is, here's the information. Other people should hop online, use the Freedom of Information Act, dig out this type of thing, and do something about, you know, what is happening in that area.
Interesting. You should mention Clockwork Orange. We almost have a Clockwork Orange in some parts of the country right now in our inner cities. And one has to wonder, Reverend, where do you think it's going? Are we headed towards some form of anarchy or rebellion?
Well, I think unless we do something about the drug problems, about the moral problems in this country, which is really going to have to be borne by the churches, because the government is paying billions of dollars just to keep people on drugs or give them new drugs to replace the old drugs. Unless we address that problem and start getting people off of it, we are going to have some problems. And but you know, we've been down there in conferences and riots, for example. We've taken 1,000 people through study technology program that's led by or created by Mr. Hubbard to deal with educational problems. We've gotten kids out of gangs. We've got people off the streets who were homeless, who are now working. We've been able to change people's grade levels 2 and 3 levels with 25 hours of address. I say that those types of things, those types of capabilities have to be spelled out in other cities. This was just done by churches and contributions by corporations and so forth. It wasn't done by the state. It wasn't done by the city. This is just a bunch of ministers, Scientology ministers of different faiths getting together, using the technology of how to study and dealing with the issues and also dealing with drugs. There are solutions, but they have to be implemented, and if not, yes, you're going to have a deterioration.
All right, well, sounds good. Why do people write books like L. Ron Hubbard, Messiah, or Madman?
Well, I think because you have people who have had certain animosities. You're always going to have somebody who's not going to agree with our stance on drugs. People who are not going to agree with the fact that we expose this type of thing that we discussed for the last hour. I think that there's always going to be critics who come out with an attack on that, as has occurred, since day one. We have very assiduously gone in and examined and found a lot of psychiatrists involved in the assault of the American people. people. They find no problem with being involved in mind control experiments, giving people drugs against their will.
All right, here's one more hardball question, then I want to get to go into. This comes, in fact, from Rick in Denver, who asked about the money. These people, he says, are worth billions. Are you worth billions, Reverend?
No, but I always know that. But I would say that Scientology is priceless. And if Scientology is worth money, yes, we have, as an organization, we've grown tremendously. But people contribute to Scientology. We're not dependent on government. We all pay our taxes like anybody else, any other church. And in fact, our people tend to become more affluent once they join Scientology. Therefore, they contribute more to the tax base. Also, Scientology offers a lot of free services, and this was again assiduously examined by the Internal Revenue Service, and the fellow in Denver just isn't up to speed on where we are.
So you gotta apologize for affluence.
I don't apologize for affluence, because what we've done is we've done so much to move into the communities, assist the communities. We've done a tremendous amount to deal with handling drugs. It's interesting, I talked to a guy who was a cocaine addict here in Los Angeles. He said, well, look, when I was an addict, he said, I did an average of 5 petty crimes a day just to support that, on the radio in the car, somebody's home, take something, and so forth. And he said, that's the average that I can see for addicts. Well, right or wrong, let's just say we take 1,000 people off the drugs, and we take a hardened addict off the drugs. That's 5,000 crimes a day. That's 35,000 crimes a week.
Sure is.
Or it's, it runs close to, 1 million crimes a year, whatever. The point simply being that there is a way to turn this thing around, and we can do something about it. So, Scientology uses its capabilities to help other people. And by the way, can I give a number if they want more information?
Of course.
It's 1-800-334-5433. I'll give it again. It's 1-800 number 334-5433. If they want more information about Scientology or Dianetics, they can call those numbers.
All right, fine. What I would like to do now is open my telephone lines. They are all ringing for you, so let's find out what is on everybody's mind out there.
Okay.
Tighten your seatbelt, you never know. All right, on the wild card line, you're on the air with Reverend Jench. Hello.
Let's ask the Reverend here a few questions.
All right, go ahead.
Considering afterlife, as you say, when you die, that you'll be brought back. How does that seem to work there? You don't actually believe in actual heaven or hell, or they'll just be brought back to earth or something?
Well, you already are. I don't think you're going to go away. I think you just come back here. I think that heaven and hell depends upon how the individual, lives his life. Again, I think it's largely up to the individual. I think that there is evil, but I think the evil is largely in the reactive mind. And here's a data that is interesting, and that is that we hold that man is basically good. He may act bad, but he's basically good. So I know this sort of takes me away from some of the Western tradition, which says, man has a lot of evil in it, or he is evil. In fact, I had somebody in Germany say that, you can't be a religion unless you believe man is completely evil. Well, I don't know what religion that is, but I tell you what, I think man is basically good. He acts badly at times, but he is basically good, and that is another concept. You come back, I think it's each individual has his own understanding of what his life is like, or what his life might have been like before. But that whole concept is certainly not new to this world. It is, of course, something old and established in Eastern traditions, but not so popular or well-known in the Western traditions.
All right, Cole.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much for the call. And let's go to our first-time caller line. You're on the air with Reverend Jench. Hello. Where are you calling from, please?
Yeah, to the KNZR.
KNZR. Are you on a cellular? Well, we lost him. I think that was a cellular caller. On the wildcard line, you're on the air with Reverend Jench. Where are you calling from, please? Phoenix. KFYI. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'd like to know opinion on faith healing.
Ask me a question.
Well, I've seen faith healing work tremendously. I've seen people do it. It is something which exists in the society, and it's something which should not be put down. Religions do it. I've experienced and watched that sort of thing in Utah when I grew up.
Are there people, Reverend, with the power to heal with their hands, or with some power that comes from within?
I've seen it happen. The difference with Scientology being that we help the individual to help himself, so that it isn't just put in the control of another individual. But yes, I've seen people do healing. Tremendous things happen. I thought as a kid out there in Utah, they believe on the laying on of hands, that sort of thing. I think, again, the difference being that with Scientology, you have an exact technology which helps on the psychosomatic side to help the individual become more able, more well, more healthy. But definitely laying on of hands and faith healing is something which has existed in the society for centuries, and it's a phenomenon which is real and does occur.
All right, on the toll-free line, you're on the air with Reverend Judge. Hello.
Yes, Reverend KNUS Denver.
Hi.
Hello, Reverend. About 15 years ago, so I lived in San Francisco, and someone was trying to encourage me to go to seminar training, STST, which I refused to do. I kind of felt very much that this was not entirely ethical or helpful. And at that time, I was told by this particular member of EST that EST was an adversary, an opponent of Scientology, and I'd like you, if you would, to explain that.
All right, thank you. EST out of the 60s.
Good question. I had the opportunity to do a show with Harry Klein last December, and that question was raised by Harry Rosenberg, as a matter of fact, who was the brother of Fred Earhart. Earhart admits years ago that he had stolen a good deal of Scientology from its early days, and that it was what he used in some form or another to build his empire. And he admits that it was something that gave him a great deal of understanding about the mind and so forth. And then he went on to create what became EST, with some sort of other things thrown in. My point simply being that any animosity which Mr. Earhart has, and he certainly has expressed it, as he did on the show against myself and the church in December, is based on the fact that he has some law enforcement problems, and he does have some problems with having not told his people truthfully where he got this information that has been somewhat successful, but it's a very, very small part that he has of Scientology. It certainly was not anywhere near what Scientology really is. And of course, people who want real Scientology come to the church, just not to EST. And finally, the point that he brought up was that somehow he was having problems coming back into America, and as I indicated to his brother when I spoke with him, he has some outstanding money that he owes to the Internal Revenue Service. Certainly in the 60 Minutes show, and I've seen other affidavits and documents showing that his sexual assaults on his own children were rather extensive, and I would imagine still punishable by law. So that's Mr. Earhart's problem. It's unfortunate that he lived that kind of life, but last time I heard he was in Moscow, and I don't know where he is now at the present time, but Scientology is Scientology, and it is something which works 100% when it's applied properly, and that's why it is a technology. Altering it makes it less effective, and then it's not Scientology.
All right, on the wildcard line, you're on the air with Reverend Judge, or you would have been on the wildcard line. You are on the air with Reverend Judge. Where are you calling from, please?
San Diego.
San Diego, all right.
Yes, Reverend, really, the point of attack on the gentleman from that I have no particular attachment or feeling that there's a great amount of comment and attack. So my question is this. you seem to follow great causes, sort of an all-around church. You rally on causes that most people could get attached to. The anti-AMA kind of a thing and the government kind of a thing. Would you discuss any affiliation, present or past, and how you may have been affiliated or worked with Reverend Young Women's Unification Church on the Mooney, and any charges of fraud that were charged against you for mind manipulation? Let's see. Oh, thank you. I'll take the
All right, thank you. Affiliations with some
Reverend Little.
Yes.
I met Reverend Little. I think that, he is a person who had his concept of religion, and in America he has a right to express that religion. I know some of his people. The issues I've worked with Reverend Moon on have been, or his people, have been the concerns for human rights issues, people who've been kidnapped and held against their will, and so forth. In fact, the head of the Criminal Association that works in security systems is now doing 7 years for kidnapping somebody in Washington, D.C., and his associate is standing trial in the next 4 or 5 days for that type of thing. Look, I think that, again, in America, we have a right to believe, want to believe. The Unification Church has a right to believe as it wants to believe. People have a right to join that. Now, in terms of this mind manipulation stuff, well, that whole issue has been invalidated judicially in the courts extensively. In fact, the American Psychological Association and the American Sociological Association have come out and condemned the main proponents of that theory as being unscientific, and as I say, 3 court decisions have also indicated that there isn't anything to that. If you're going to talk about mind manipulation being people who believe in something, or they follow a particular leader or something like that, Scientology itself believes you make up your own mind. You can read a book and you can make up your own mind as to whether or not it's something you want to be involved in or not be involved in. And if you're in Scientology, you've studied it, you apply it, you can make up your own mind as to whether it's working or it's not working.
All right, Reverend James, hold on. We're at the bottom of the hour. We'll be right back to you. My guest is the president of the Church of Scientology, Untitled Chapter. He's in Los Angeles area, and he's answering your questions. So if you could, we'll pick up the telephone and join us. Reverend, are you there?
Yeah,
Okay, I'm going to jump right back into the telephone lines, if that's all right with you.
sure.
Let's see what's out there. Hi, welcome. You're on here with Reverend Josh.
And,
All right, you're hard to hear, sir. Get close to the phone and speak up.
does believe in the fear of God, and behind it.
All right, thank you. Do you believe in the fear of God?
Well, he asked me a personal question on that. I don't think one has to fear God. I think that if one is living a life of service and assistance to mankind, I don't think there is a fear. And again, that's my own personal feeling. By the way, that's my hometown. That's where I was born, in Salt Lake City, Utah. And I think that, again, we leave up to the individual what he thinks about God. We don't have a dogma on it. It's up to the person to make his own discovery, his own feeling about it. Again, as I say, since we have people of all religions, we do believe in a supreme being. My personal feeling is, if you believe in living a good life, and you're helping people, and you're definitely positive in what you're doing and helping others, I don't think they have to have a fear.
All right. On the wild card line, you're on the air. Hello.
Biological warfare.
Yes, that's correct. Yes.
Research into possible solutions for those types of problems.
All right.
I really haven't personally, Mark. Though I know that folks are sending me stuff all the time, and I can't vouch for it because I don't have somebody who is really sat down and worked it out. I know that there are people that are talking about therapy sports. I know they're talking about oxygenation and hydrogenation therapies and stuff like that.
What about Dianetic principles? Would they affect something like that?
The point is, Dianetics works on the mind and the issue of the mind, but if a person is ill and he has a physical illness, he goes to a doctor to deal with that. We deal with, Dianetics deals with the psychosomatic illnesses. And a person who is physically ill would have to see a doctor. And
what percentages, Reverend, of the illnesses that are out there would you guess are psychosomatic?
Well, I've seen the literature saying that about 60% to 65% of the illnesses out there are psychosomatic, so that's quite an area. You see that probably explains your placebo effect.
It certainly does. On the wild card line, we're on here with Reverend James. Hello, where are you coming from, please?
This is Sean from San Diego.
Hello, sir.
I told you about the doomsday conspiracy with. Well, hey, Trevor.
Yeah.
You guys are crooks.
What's that?
You guys are crooks. You take money from people, and you take all these people's livelihoods. I have a friend that was in it. He lost everything. He lost his business because you guys asked for money, all this money. And I don't see how you guys can call yourself religious. You don't believe in a real God. You believe in psychosis.
What's your religion?
I'm non-denominational. So I believe that Jesus, was there. That Jesus, that he died on the cross and he's going to come back.
Well, God bless you, and I'll tell you that, in America, a person has the right to believe what he wants to believe, and I defend to the death your right to have your religion and what you believe.
I believe that you guys can believe what you want, but why take everybody's money? Why not preach it, but then let them have what they have?
Well, we just, I guess we years ago, there are 8 million members, and we've done some studies, which is, information shows what is Scientology, that people tend to make more money in Scientology. You're giving me an unnamed person, an unnamed case. I'm not sure what that situation is about, whether it exists or not. But people do become more capable in Scientology. They tend to earn more money. The other thing is, I think it's kind of like Tom Snyder once said to me, he said, it's interesting, he said, the people who complain about contributions to Scientology are generally not in Scientology.
It is true. It is true. It really is true. But there is a lot of controversy, Reverend, about the financial dealings of Scientology and what it requires of its members and what doesn't require.
Well, it requires an individual, he can study Scientology, he can certainly come in and he can, there are services which are, they don't cost anything, there are fixed donations for certain studies and for counseling in Scientology, and as I say, the IRS looked at that very, very strongly, very clearly, with most extensive examination of it. By the way, found out that other churches do the same thing. They have fixed donations. The Mormon Church does, the Catholic Church does, the Jewish synagogues do, and so forth. And so it's not unusual. We do comport with the same type of situation others do, but I think the thing about Scientology is read it, study it, make up your own mind. It isn't what I say what it is. I found it extremely helpful, but again, make up your own mind is the main maxim. I mean, Howard said, what's true for you is true for you, and you're willing to observe what you observe. So it's on your own self-determined, it's your own choice. You take a look at it, make up your own mind. And yes, Scientology does cost. We have to pay for light, for gasoline, for rent, like anybody else. You can contribute to the church along that line, and other churches survive the same way.
But you don't force anybody to. That's the key.
No, it's up to the individual.
All right.
Want to do it,
On the wildcard line, you're on the air with Reverend Church. Hello, where are you calling from, please?
Yeah, I can do it.
All right, up in Seattle, yes.
I have a question for you, and it's regarding your founder, L. Ron Hubbard.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I remember reading an interview with Donald Camp and Lynn Carter saying that L. Ron Hubbard had a bet that he could start a religion, and sure enough, he started Scientology.
Well, I'm glad you brought it up because that case is a case that, it's interesting. People who have said some negative things about Scientology over the years have said that was the situation. It's interesting, the guy who said that was not L. Ron Hubbard, but was a science fiction writer, and
Which is L. Ron Hubbard.
no, not him. It was at a he was a fellow who was one of his contemporaries who was doing that sort of thing at a party in 1939. They have the affidavits from that, which was presented in a court in Germany that made the same assertion, and the people who made that assertion, by the way, lost it in court and had to pay the church that money. Because it's proven that Robert never did say that. By the way,
Lynn Carter and L. Sprague Campus verified it. L. Ron Hubbard had actually said that they made a bet, all three.
well, I can tell you, I've seen the affidavits on this thing by the people who were at that party, and that is not what occurred. And Mr. Hubbard, by the way, this religion is something which has helped millions and millions of people. And the other thing is, when Mr. Hubbard passed away, he gave all the money to the church, his entire estate. So anyone who makes that sort of charge is someone who must take another charge. But I'll tell you, it's already in the court.
You know, it was not any charges. It was just stating the fact that Lynn Carter and L. Sprague Camp said that they had sat down over, you know, a couple of pints or whatever, and they were discussing religion and everything else, and, you know, science fiction writing, and that they had, L. Ron Hubbard had spoke up and said, you know, I bet you I can start a religion.
All right.
No, that's an absolute lie, as you know, and I have the documentation on it, and I'd be very happy. I'll send it to you, because obviously this fellow's not on that code of his assertions. And by the way, if you have such a thing, signed as an affidavit from L. Sprague Camp, I'd like to see it, because I have not seen such a document, but I have seen other affidavits of people who were at that particular party, and Mr. Hubbard was not the person who originated that, it was somebody else.
And we shall return. On the wild card line, you're on the air with Reverend Judge. Hello.
Hi, good morning, Art. This is Denise in Wichita.
Hi, Denise.
Hi. First of all, Art, I'd like to ask you, are you an adherent to Scientology?
No, I'm not.
Okay. And then I have two questions for the Reverend. Number one is, who does he say that Jesus Christ is historically?
All right.
Well, Jesus Christ, we believe he is the Son of God, and that we believe that he had a threefold plan for man, which is in the Bible, and that is that man should seek for health, for happiness, and for immortality, and we believe in those goals as well.
Okay, and the second question I have is, do you point to him as one of the ascended masters or one of the prophets or great teachers?
It's interesting, when you say ascended masters and prophets and great teachers, you just cover three other religions.
Right. Exactly. Yeah, I kind of did.
So that was good.
Well, I just wondered what you do with the statement that Jesus made, that he is the way and that no one comes to God but by him. And how do you get around the different dogmatic teachings of the Bible if you don't kneel to Jesus Christ as Lord, such as, I heard you speak of homosexuality, and so it's, my view isn't politically correct, it's biblically correct, and how do you deal with that?
All right. Thank you.
Well, there's 5 questions there, but let me just say that, again, we leave it up to the individual what he believes in terms of the supreme being, and makes his own choice. And again, morality is something which is up to the individual. It's not something which you can legislate. It's something which the individual has to place upon himself. And certainly society can say, well, here are certain morals. Here's the strange thing. In California, here in Los Angeles, the school board is ruled that a kid can bring it down to school only 3 times. Bring a Bible and you're out. And I think that this is the same. I think that it's time for some morality to go back to the schools and turn it over to the psychiatrists. They're a disaster. And I think the fact that it's time for people to have some morals, but again, you can't enforce it. And Mr. Herbert wrote by the way, a non-religious moral code, which has basic principles of morals. And by the way, that's has millions of copies of that around the world, translated in a lot of different languages. It's really become, I think, one of the most popular works of his writings.
All right, Reverend, let's keep moving. Not a lot of time, but a lot of calls. On the toll-free line, you're on the air with Reverend Jetch. Where are you calling from, please? Hello there. Going once, going twice, 3 times gone. And on the first-time caller line, you're on the air. Hello.
Yeah, Cam calling from San Diego.
Hi, Ken.
I had a question for the Reverend. I was wondering if he was familiar with a book that came on the scene right around the same time as Dianetics. It's a work called the Urantia book.
Oh, yes, Urantia. All right, Urantia, Reverend.
Urantia. No, I'm not familiar with it.
Oh, really?
I've heard that name, but I couldn't tell you that I know that much about it. I just know that Dianetics, when it came out in 1950, went on the bestseller list, and it was there for, I think, about 26, 28 weeks. And hit the bestseller list a number of times since 1950. And as a matter of fact, there are now 400 new Dianetics groups in America. Started a whole new thing, started since January of this year. Is that book, Urantia, still a current bestseller type or what?
No, this one. Caller's off the line now. Reverend, can a person get the benefits of Scientology by reading Dianetics without necessarily going through the formal regimen in the church?
Sure. I mean, people all over the world who have been using Dianetics for years and years and use it in their lives. They've never stepped inside of a church. Sure, a person can pick up Dianetics, learn how to do it, and they can apply it to themselves and others, and they may never walk into a church. That's quite, to me, that's quite possible, since, as I say, there are about 17 million copies of Dianetics out there. That's just individual copies. It doesn't take into consideration the number of times the book will pass through the hands of different people. I think I figure a book has about a 6-person, it goes through about 6 persons' hands in a lifetime of a book.
I will say this, Scientology has a very tenacious mailing department, because I have a very good friend who was a Scientologist, and he did me the perhaps dubious favor of putting me on a list. And I think that I received probably $150 or $200 worth of literature over several years from Scientology. They were doggedly, just about every week, 2 or 3 times, I would receive something.
Well, you know, it's interesting, because I had heard about Scientology back in 1960 when I was in service in Fort Meade, Maryland, out there in Washington, D.C. And I had started reading a little bit about it at that time, and I said, well, look, you know, put me on a mailing list. So they put me on a mailing list, and but I was really interested in it over the years, and every time I moved, I would write to the church out there and say, I moved, please send forward this information. And they did it for several years, and as a result of that, I came to Scientology and I looked at some of the other things. So I'm one of the guys who's really happy that they kept me on the mailing list.
I see. Well, I think they finally lost me when I moved someplace. On the wild card line, you're on the air with the Reverend Jetch. Hello.
Yes, Reverend? Yes, Wichita, Kansas here. Hi. Question for you. There's been movements, in the past 100 years, the Gospel Society, different groups that have put together Eastern religions with either Western science or what have you, and there's tons of interpretations, like the gentleman called about the Urantia book and what have you. But the traditional religions like Buddhism, Hinduism, Christianity, have all had traditions that have led people to be what you would call realized or saints or whatever. Will Scientology produce people of that stature whose writings will endure for thousands or hundreds of years, and does it lead to realization, or is it just more of a social and comfort fitting into Western society? And also, do you believe in evolution, or do you believe man was primordially perfect, and or do you believe he's evolved?
All right.
Well, you gave me a bunch of questions. Let me just say that And listen, those are good questions, especially, from the Enlightenment point. In Scientology, we believe that man can be enlightened. We talk about a state of being, which we call clear, where an individual no longer has that reactive mind we're talking about. That would be equivalent to what Gautama Buddha was talking about, the state of Bodhi, where one is aware of himself as a spiritual being. He's aware of his environment. He has a great deal more help. He has a great deal more intention. He has greater ability to achieve his goals and so forth. And again, he realizes his spiritual nature. So, yes, in Scientology, that concept of clear, and in Dianetics is the first time that concept came up, is definitely a part of it. In terms of concept of evolution, no, I don't know that evolution is such a thing. There isn't really, I got to say, scientific evidence that shows, because all those little missing links and the number of mathematical capabilities to have such a thing happen, I think is pretty far out. The other thing I always find interesting is where the scientists say that a bunch of molecules got together and said, hey, listen, what do you think, Harry? Let's just become some genetic material and we'll grow into something.
Yes.
Well, I don't buy that. I think the fact that it just, where did the molecules come from? When did they decide to become genetically whatever? Now, there seems to be an interesting plan about life, and I just don't believe it's evolution. I don't believe in Darwin, and I know it probably makes some folks unhappy out there, but no, I believe you can understand what life is all about through Scientology, but you can make up your own mind about it. It is a religion. It does address you as a spiritual being, and again, that number is 1-800-334-5433. People want to know about it. There have been a number of other religions in the past. Buddhism has now survived over 2,000 years. I think Scientology will definitely go forward, and that it will be here very much 2,000 years from now, and we will work to see that it is as pure and untainted and unchanged in its technical capabilities as it is today.
All right, well, you're about the Jerry Brown of talk radio here. Do you want to get that 800 number in one more time?
Sure, 1-800-334-5433, and I'm not a moon child.
All right, well, it has been a pleasure interviewing you, and I would like to have you back again sometime. We were able to touch on just about every subject, so would you come back again?
Sure, I'd love to, Art. And listen, thanks to all your listeners out there. Some good questions, and I really enjoyed this, and I think that you have a great show, and I think there's obviously a lot of folks up at this hour all across America.
Oh yes, in the middle of the night. Reverend
Nobody trying to go to sleep tonight.
Reverend Jets. You're listening to Art Bell, Somewhere in Time. Tonight featuring Coast to Coast AM from the 1st of June, 1994. Good morning, everybody. If you missed the last 2 hours, you missed a very good interview with the Reverend Heber Jench, who is the president of the Church of Scientology. Very controversial, but a very good interview. Wide-ranging, and it was very enjoyable to do, and we will have him back. Now, on to the news of the day. North Korea. And I'm going to try and lay all this out fairly quickly. North Korea has now, according to CNN, issued a threat to withdraw from the Global Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty if the UN continues to demand full access to its nuclear program. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to laugh, but in other words, they're saying we're not going to be part of the treaty if you require us to adhere to it. The U.S. plans to ask for sanctions, what we apparently are going to call incremental sanctions, what the North Koreans call an act of war. And so I will simply ask you this morning, where do you think the North Korean situation is headed, and when do you think it will get there? President Clinton is now in Rome, first stop in a European tour commemorating D-Day 50 years ago. Long Beach. He will meet later today with Pope John Paul II. Vatican officials say he will likely confront the president on the subject of abortion. And my only question here is, how would you imagine that conversation might go? The Pope confronting Bill Clinton on abortion. What do you think Bill Clinton would say to the Pope? Pope might say, Mr. President, do you realize what a sinful thing you're doing? Do you realize that you're responsible for the murder of millions of souls? And I just wonder how you think Bill Clinton might respond to that. Body bag journalism is what they're calling it in Miami. In Miami, where there's lots of violence and not so many tourists these days, Miami hotels, and as a matter of fact, a chain of 7 and many more, have now decided to block, get this, block local newscasts that show violence in that city because it's scaring away the tourists. Now, there is one station in Miami now showing what's called family-sensitive news. And my question for you is, would you like your local station to adopt family-sensitive news, and or would you like your cable company or your hotel, if you're in a hotel, to block a newscast that would show all of this violence? Recalling Senator Bradley's remark, if you think violence among the young is bad now, just wait till you see what's coming. Paula Jones. Paula Jones. Paula Jones. Sounds like it ought to be a song, doesn't it? Well, Paula Jones has decided to go on the talk show circuit. TV talk shows. Maybe we could get Paula Jones on this program. Would you like that? To tell her story, she says she's going to go out now to all the talk shows and tell her story. She, of course, is the former Arkansas state employee charging Bill Clinton with sexual harassment. Think he did it? Do you even care? That's big news, you know. All surveys are showing. Survey shows the American people don't care about Paula Jones or Jennifer Flowers or who knows, legions of others. Now two men, mind you, have filed a federal court lawsuit in Tampa, Florida, happened yesterday, charging Ms. Jones, or that her lawsuit, that is, interferes with Bill Clinton's contract to serve the American people. The suit seeks $27 million in punitive damages from Jones. So she better get on TV. She better, I suppose, had better get out there quickly and raise as much money as she can. For if that kind of a judgment went against her, she would owe $27 million. Jamaica is going to act as host to us, the U.S., in order to review the claims of Haitian refugees. And so that will be the staging area, Jamaica. We pay the program as the Haitians continue to build their boats and get ready to go. Or is it getting ready to come? Rodney King, a federal jury in L.A., decided that Rodney King should not receive punitive damages from 6 Los Angeles police officers involved in his beating. It was a unanimous verdict, and yet CNN caught one of the jurors coming out, and the juror was angry, said the verdict was racially motivated, and there was no, quote, no justice here, end quote. So you've got to wonder why this juror voted to exempt the officers if that's the way she felt. But that's what she said to CNN when she came out of the courthouse. Then I've got a couple of, well, there's Ross Dinkowski. Let me get to Ross Dinkowski and Joycelyn Elders, and then we'll get started here. Mr. Ross Dinkowski, 17 charges, very, very serious charges, as you know, indicted yesterday. He is now in a dispute with his lawyer. This may be one of the reasons that I like Rusty. at some level. He basically told Bob Bennett, his attorney, or it is being reported that he's telling him to go to hell. That he doesn't need him, and he's probably going to discharge his attorney. And I think that's what I like. I mean, Rostenkowski is a fighter, and maybe he's guilty, maybe he's not. Court of law will decide that. But I do kind of enjoy the fact that he's not collapsing in front of the system that says basically, look, take this, you'll get charged with one little felony, you'll do 6 months, boom, boom, you'll be out. He's telling him to go to hell. And I think after watching the day's news today, that is the one thing that I do enjoy. Plus, I think it's going to be good for the country. Do you know what his excuse is going to be? Excuse, I guess, his defense. CNN reported last night that Mr. Rostenkowski's defense is going to be the others do the same thing. It is going to be the others do the same thing. Yes. Well, if that's it, and he establishes in a court of law that, in fact, the others do the same thing, and he is convicted, then that really convicts all the rest of them, doesn't it? So I think this is going to be a fascinating trial, and I think in a way Rostenkowski is doing the country at large a very big favor indeed. Jocelyn Elders, everybody's favorite Surgeon General, has done it again. Now, as you know, in the past, she has said that homosexuals ought to be allowed to join the Boy Scouts. That's a good thing. The Boy Scouts of America is not a government agency, isn't it? Where they'd be forced to accept homosexuals. Well, anyway, yesterday, the Surgeon General said lesbians should be allowed to join the Girl Scouts. That's right. That's what she said. Lesbians ought to be allowed to join the Girl Scouts. Now, wouldn't you think there would be other things the Surgeon General could spend her time on? Legalize drugs, put lesbians in the Girl Scouts, homosexuals in the Boy Scouts. Wonder what else she's got on her mind. Is that a public health kind of issue? Anyway, this Clinton administration really is something, isn't it? Well, let's see, what else about, there is this. Swallow this. Here's a fax I received earlier today. Art Bell, did you hear about the UN report that came out today, which said they, the UN, wanted to collect a, quote, global income tax from citizens in rich countries to give to poor countries? This is from Lois in San Jose, and I have no way of confirming this. The UN wants to collect an income tax from rich countries to give to poor countries? Over my dead body. I wonder, and that of course may be the case, I wonder if this could possibly be true. Could they possibly be doing anything as communistic as this? Anyway, what do you think of that idea? True or not? Let's operate as though it were a global income tax that would hit all the rich countries, imposed by the UN to help all the poor countries, the people in Haiti, the people in Central Africa, the people in, we could go on, couldn't we? Parts of India, Bangladesh, they could all use lots. That'd be some tax too, wouldn't it? I guess an attempt to equalize everybody, the face of the globe. They're really pushing it, aren't they? So anyway, I don't know if that's true. It came from Lois in San Jose, and I had not heard it, but maybe some of the rest of you have. I've got a very strange story here. from somebody. I think you might enjoy it. But I want to hold it. It's a story about light bulbs that unscrewed themselves. I mean, it's really a strange story, and I like strange stories. It's called The Case of the Unscrewed Light Bulbs, and it's an individual who wrote this story to me. And I'll get to it as time goes on. All right, what I want to do is get the telephone lines open. Anything is fair game, whatever it is that you would like to talk about. I'm ready for it, I think. Whether it's reflections on the Reverend Jench and what he had to say over the last couple of hours, any of the topics I just brought up, or any that you would like to broach on your own, we're open for any of it. So when we come back, it's two-way talk. You're listening to Art Bell, Somewhere in Time. Tonight featuring Coast to Coast AM from the 1st of June, 1994. And to the lines we go, and two-way talk ready. Are you ready? On the wild card line, you're on the air. Good morning.
Hi, Art. I think Harassment comes at the last minute before he can keep that plea bargain agreement right up until the time the jury walks in with the verdict.
That might be right, yes.
And I think he'll probably at the last minute switch over. I'm pretty sure he would take a 6-month sentence versus maybe 100 and some years in jail.
I'm not sure, sir. I'm not sure that the offer remains open after they actually go to court. I think he could probably take the agreement up until they walk into court.
They said today on the news that he can keep it right up until the time the jury walks in with the verdict.
Wow.
Yeah, he can go through the election process, get reelected, and straighten it out until the time they walk in with the verdict.
Okay, but bear in mind, the prosecution does not have to continue to offer it or consummate the deal at all, at any moment. In other words, once they're in court, if it began to go the prosecution's way and Rusty saw that and came to him for the deal, they might tell him to go jump in the lake.
Well, the only problem is General Caterino runs that operation, and I just don't have any faith in him at this time. One other thing is rather interesting. I see on the World Report of some kind, I forgot the name of today, I was reading about it, that they put Egypt and Mexico as one of the major countries that is expected to disintegrate in the next few years. There's many preparations being made by this country to handle the influx of refugees that's going to come with their overpopulation running across our borders when that country does start to disintegrate.
We can't even handle what's coming across now.
Well, I think they're going to have to get their population under control. We can't be the drain for the world's population problem. And I think that's Mexico's population. I was in Mozambique and Rhodesia, and I studied the population of Red China when it collapsed. It had the same ratio of population that El Salvador had and Angola had and then Rhodesia had, and now Mexico has. Once the 65-67% of the population is less than 18 years of age, the country starts to disintegrate quite rapidly. And that's the point that Mexico is at now. It had 27 million people in 1949. It has 90 million today, 65% less than 17 years of age, and the entire population will double in 14 years.
Wow. All right, I appreciate your call, sir. I've got to run. Thank you very much, but wow is my response. That's a big population burden. There is no question about it. And what will happen, I think, before it doubles again? On the toll-free line, you're on the air. Hello.
Good evening, Art. This is Steve from KNUS in Denver.
Hi, Steve.
Hey, I hear you talk about how much the government's wasting and Congress spending $1.50 for every buck. Let me tell you about another way I think we're wasting money. I just got off 4 months assignment working for FEMA.
Oh?
Doing I served as a helpline operator here in Denver for victims of the Northridge earthquake.
Yes.
4 months I'm on the phones talking to about, I'd say at least 100 120 people a day taking their calls, wanting to know where their check is and how they can get there.
Right, sure.
Well, for the first month and a half, I'm talking to the truly needy. And for the next 3.5 months, it's just people whose neighbors got checks and they're wanting to report damages. And we have our inspectors went out to look at these properties. And aside from helping people get housed if they were rendered homeless, which is one thing which I think is legitimate, they were offering personal property grants. And if you had like damage to essential furnishings and major appliances and stuff, hey, look, you live on a fault line, you know what you're getting yourself into. Our inspectors go to a place and this woman's like, yeah, my refrigerator is damaged.
I take it you didn't tell people that on the phone. In other words, you live on a fault line, Chuck Beans. Did you?
A couple people out of the thousands I spoke to got really out of line with me, were blatantly greedy, bad liars.
Yeah.
And I told them straight up, look, pal, you lived on a fault line. If you had any real damages, you can just tell us to someone who gives a damn, and I'd hang up on it. But, yeah, we got inspectors going to houses where...
I thought you FEMA guys, according to a lot of my callers, are the ones that are going to take over the U.S. in the middle of the night some night and turn us into a police state. Isn't that what you're all about?
Well, I'm what's called a local hire. FEMA set up a center here in Denver, and they had their regular people come, which was pretty much semi-retired people.
Yes.
And they're truly, at the level I was on, are good-hearted people who want to help out victims of disasters. So anything above the hierarchy in FEMA, I couldn't tell you anything.
All right, sir. On that note, I'm going to have to leave you. Thank you very much for the call. Yeah, sure. We really all believe that, huh? You're going to probably be a captain in the new order, aren't you? FEMA guy.
You're listening to Art Bell, Somewhere in Time. Tonight featuring Coast to Coast AM from the 1st of June, 1994. From the 1st of June, 1994.
Good morning, everybody. Here's another fact. Here are, I'm worried. The last facts you read about the UN taking from the rich and giving to the poor is just sickening. I, however, haven't heard anything about it, so let's hope it's just a sick rumor. However, if it is true, could it be that communism is winning? It's times like these that we need Bush back in office. President Clinton sure isn't going to do anything about it. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if it was his idea. North Korea. I'd be interested to know, if this becomes a global thermonuclear war, would you stand outside and watch the fireball envelop you, or would you seek shelter and try to live out a few more years? It would be an interesting question for your listeners as well. Thanks, Eric at KVI. Well, Eric, I would like to say that I would go out and throw my hands up and greet the fireball like a man. But, in fact, Eric, I'd probably be out scratching at the caliche in my yard, trying to see how far I could get out quickly. It wouldn't be easy. We have caliche here, and it's like trying to dig through rock. So I'm sure the fireball would greet me with shovels full of dirt flying behind me. Here's another. Hey, Art, consider this. More than a few Democrat apologists state that charges against Rostenkowski couldn't be true. They point out that Danny Boy passed up his chance to convert in excess of $1 million in campaign funds into personal funds. He could have done, well, minus tax, of course. He could have done this had he retired prior to 92. Since he passed this up, he obviously is not motivated by or interested in money. Horse stuff. The point is, these people, they miss it. It's so obvious, it's silly. Take a look at just the activities he was caught doing, and it is easy to see it's more profitable for him to stay in Congress. By staying in, not retiring, Danny retained the power and opportunity to steal far more than a paltry $1 million and fatten his pension up as well. Is this a great country or what? Sincerely, Stephen Burns. Thank you, Stephen. San Diego and the mighty Kogo. All right. Back to the telephone lines and on the Walmart line, you're on the air. Hello.
Martin calling you.
Hello, Martin. Where are you?
Oh, I'm still out here in Oregon.
Oregon. What's on your mind, Martin?
Actually, I wanted to address a couple of important points here.
this thing about the congressman.
Yes, Ross Gronkowski. What about him?
Well, it's going on today with the congressman, which is taking all these gifts and presents and stuff.
Mm.
It's a common thing what happened. It's happening today with the congressman we have in office. The only point I want to make about this is that they're going back 20 years. You see, there is no statute of limitations. In other words, someone can bring up a charge, and this is happening throughout the whole public, I guess. 15 or 20 years ago, somebody is going to bring up some kind of charge against you. And I don't really think that that's fair, that they should set some kind of...
Well, some of what they're charging Ross Gronkowski with is very current. It's not all back 20 years. A lot of it's very current, sir.
There's other trials.
I think the key here is his defense is going to be, look, everybody else did it. So if he's convicted and he manages to prove his side of the case, he's convicting everybody else.
Well, I just think that they should have a statute of limitations. The other point that I wanted to get is I've written another note off to the White House.
Oh?
Apparently, the White House responded. They read my last note.
Yes.
What we're waiting for here is, with this Korean problem, I guess it's going to be more important. You see, the atom bomb Hiroshima and Nagasaki.
I recall that.
A single megaton is 10 times more destructive than the atom bomb. Our common medium-sized missile carries 10 megatons, or 100 times the destructive power of Hiroshima, before we start getting into kilotron.
Right.
Now, what the Koreans are probably developed is an atom bomb.
Yes.
The atom bomb we have pictures of, if anybody researches it, after the explosion, the actual explosion destroyed most of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, but the radiation cloud and the effects of the radiation lasted for years.
What is your point?
The point is, if we allow the Koreans, they have 1 million soldiers, to develop one and get a missile, they'll probably fire it. I don't know whether they would just fire it into South Korea or they would fire it a little farther. Once that blows, of course, the whole North Korean force will start to move into South Korea.
All right, sir, we've got to hold it there. Thank you. Yes, I know the way it may go. We all know what the risk is. Glad I'm not living in Seoul, I'll say that much. Because that would certainly be the target. They'd certainly fire at Seoul. Boy, that would be an important Patriot shot, wouldn't it? Here she comes. Yes, sir, fire the whole battery. On the toll-free line, you're on the air.
Yes, I've been wanting to call you for a long time to ask you about a guy that used to have a radio program from Las Vegas. His name was Billy Goodman, and it was a lot about flying saucers.
Yeah, he did a show like that some years ago now. And it's my understanding, well, he bounces back to Las Vegas every now and then, but he was back on the East Coast, somewhere up in the Northeast.
Oh, I see. And then there was another thing. One time I heard you, it was years ago, and you were talking about ghosts and spirits, and you said there was some lady, I think it was in
it sure was.
Did you ever go to see her?
I tried to. As a matter of fact, she invited me to, said she was having a regular visit from a ghost. Yeah. She gave me her number. I talked to her at that number. And then when it came up to the weekend, when I was going to go down there, and I sure was, her phone didn't exist anymore.
Oh my goodness.
You know, I called to make the final arrangements, and that's right, and her phone didn't exist. So you tell me.
Oh. Well, you know, I just don't know, but I didn't get to hear all of it. And all these years, I've wondered.
Well, that's exactly.
Go or what happened?
I tried to go, ma'am. I tried. All right. Thank you very much. Yes, I tried to go. Because if there are ghosts, and if they are the departed, that obviously proves that there is something beyond this life. It's not a trivial discovery. So I wanted to see for myself. On the wild card line, you're on the air. Good morning.
Mr. Bell, this is David to Santa Cruz.
Hi.
Hi, I'd like to talk about this business about the Trilateral Commission that's been coming up on your show a little bit.
What about it?
Oh, I'd just like to say, regardless of whether or not it's a overt out conspiracy, there was something interesting written for it by a professor named Samuel Huntington.
It's not a conspiracy. If you want to know what the Trilateral Commission is doing, write to them and they will tell
I
you.
understand. But there was something kind of disturbing that was written for it about suggesting press censorship, or it seemed to be suggesting something close. I'm not. I do see where some of the concerns could be coming from. Well, anyways, I just wanted to call and say that.
All right.
That's how it seems to me.
All right. Bye. I don't know. They're out in the open about what they do, about what they want. That much is true. Everybody thinks it's some great big conspiracy. It's not. It's very much in the open. They'll tell you exactly what they're doing. Write to them. Try it yourself. On the wild card line, you're on the air.
Radio Free America.
Indeed.
How's it going, Art?
It goes well.
Listen, I'm gonna ask you some things. I'm wondering, I've been listening to Chuck Harder. He's now, when you had that lightning storm and switched channels on you.
Oh, yes. Uh-huh.
And he's coming up with some pretty good stuff. I hope, you get some of these people he's interviewing on, like Reed. Great interview with him.
I think Harder's over the edge and has been for quite a while.
You do?
Yes, sir, I do.
Well,
I listened to the Chuck Harder NAFTA hate show for months and months and months and months, and it got to the point where I thought it was absolutely ridiculous.
I haven't heard it until recently, just this week. But he did bring to my attention that piece in The Economist. And there is some major allegations in that piece. And I urge all your listeners to pick up the
Yeah, the Economist is a very reputable publication. As a matter of fact, it's all over Europe.
Yeah. It is a European magazine, Art.
Yes, I know.
A story of that magnitude is being suppressed in the United States. It's outrageous. It is outrageous. Our journalists are bought to get paid for.
No, they're not.
Well, then why isn't anyone reporting on this story, Art?
Well, I think that our journalists are probably more, believe it or not, conservative. I spent some time in Europe, and they thrive. You think we have a lot of scandal here? They live on scandal. I mean, they're on scandal overload in Europe.
Well, I understand that, but, when you've got 3 attempts on a man's life, it was a Clinton body count. It smells to high heaven.
Well, all right, thank you. The Clinton body count. Now, what the hell does that mean? You can take anybody, as far as I'm concerned, and establish a body count around them. Anybody, let's say, who would, for example, head a major corporation, I would bet you that you could begin documenting a body count around that person. People who have something to do with that business, who've died, people who have committed suicide. There's a lot of suicides in this country. And I'm not saying there's not something to this whole Clinton story. I'm just not saying it's automatic that there is, nor have I seen proof that there is. So, I don't know. I'm kind of hesitant about all that sort of stuff, and I guess I'm from Missouri on that one. On the wild card line, you're on the air. Hello.
Yeah, Texas Bob, San Jose, California.
Hello.
How you doing?
Just fine.
We're listening to you tonight on KPNW, KEX, KOH.
3, huh? Okay.
Yeah, we start with KPNW and KEX and end up with KOH.
All right.
Which, interesting guy. My wife and I are both graduates of CAT and found a lot of value in that, but found that there were some funny subliminal things that they tended to do that made you feel a little guilty and like you should contribute more time and more money to their cause.
I think, though, all religions kind of do that.
Yeah, I don't know what it was. It kind of reeked of Eastern brainwashing or something. I found an awful lot of
Scientology to be a lot the same way, but I'll tell you, some of the most dramatic changes in my life came out of some views that I conjured from reading Dianetics.
Yeah, my view is that there probably is something to Scientology as a science. I don't know that I think of it very much as a religion. I think of Scientology more as a science.
Yeah, I think it tends to get a little confusing if you want to look at it as a religion. As a science, as a useful tool, I think, for some, psychological shortcomings or questions or need. I think
Sure.
It's quite helpful. It's been for me anyway. So I really want to thank you a lot for putting that fellow on and a couple of others that you've done recently. We still listen to you every day. Wish we could get in a little quicker.
Well, I'm glad you made it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Take care. From San Jose. Back to the lines now on the first-time caller line. You're on the air.
Hey, Art, good morning. It's DeVito in Alaska.
Well, hello. Where in Alaska are you?
I'm in Chugiak.
Chugiak, Alaska. Okay.
Okay, now, Art, I want to talk to you about Ron Zinkowski, if I may.
You may.
Can you imagine that kid that gave him $1,000? Can you imagine what his dad is thinking right now?
I'm not sure what you're talking about.
Remember that kid sent the president $1,000 for national debt?
Yes, I do.
Can you imagine what his father's saying right now to the kid? He's saying, well, gee, well, we didn't know, and I thought that, can you imagine $1,000 for like a 13-year-old kid? That's a lot of money.
It sure is. Oh, yes. A lot of money to me.
A lot of money to me, it's going to take a long time for the Congress to live this down because this makes all of them look bad.
Well, that's what I think is going to come out of this. I think that if there is a trial and Mr. Rostenkowski successfully proves his point, which he may, that he's not doing anything everybody else isn't doing, and yet he is convicted with a very harsh jail sentence, then that convicts all of them.
Yeah, sure enough.
All right, well, thank you very much. Chugiak, Alaska. And we are literally blanket Alaska from one end to the other. And very glad to be up there, KENI, KFAR, and I could go through the other call letters. We're even now on Dreamland in Juneau, Alaska. On the toll-free line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hey, Art. Mike in Albuquerque. How you doing?
Just fine, Mike.
Were you serious about you would travel to see a ghost?
Oh, yes.
Well, I got just the place for you.
Where's that?
Okay, next time you get some vacation time, you and your better half pack up your bags and you travel to Cimarron, New Mexico.
What's there?
There's a hotel there called the St. James Hotel. It's a hotel that's been in existence for about 150 years.
Oh, we've got one here. It's called the Mizpah up northern Nevada.
Yeah.
Funded too, they say.
Well,
but I mean, what guarantee? This lady told me this ghost was there all the time. She told me it was there when I would call her. It would be sitting there or standing there. I said, well, could I see the ghost if I came there? She asked the ghost. The ghost said, why, sure. And so on. It was like a sure thing.
Yeah.
Now,
and then she disappeared on you.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
Probably vaporized.
The St. James won't disappear on you if you want to see something.
But I mean, how can you dependably know the ghost is going to show up?
Because it shows up dependably. It shows up to people. It's not it. They, strange phenomena take place in that hotel all the time. In fact, there's one room up, room number 19. No one is allowed to stay in the room.
Really? Really?
No kidding.
Ooh.
They say there's been over 122 people murdered in the hotel.
Oh, come on.
No, it was an old west.
Oh, there's no single place where 122 people have been murdered.
Well,
come on.
It's been in existence for about 150 years. And it was one of the nicer hotels back in the days of the Old West, and a lot of people stayed there. And it's kind of like in Tucson, Arizona. They have bullet holes preserved,
Yeah.
from the old days. But we were with a group of people who saw a strange vaporous object in the corner one breakfast morning. And
You got me on what the hell that was.
Well, I'd love to see such a thing. I'd really love to.
You should go. You'd enjoy it. And it's great food, too.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you very much for the call. Maybe I'll do that. I mean, it was so intriguing because it was such a reliable thing, and then it all, of course, vaporized right before my eyes on a Friday. On the wild card line, you're on the air. Hello. Just fine, sir.
Well, thank you. It's refreshing to hear somebody on the radio, especially talk radio, who has a good healthy dose of skepticism about these conspiracy and murder fears and things like that. It just gets a little crazy after a while. It's nice to hear somebody say, hey, let's get some proof, and coincidences do happen. Just want to thank you for that.
Thank you. I'm very interested in the proof.
Thank you. Another thing, I heard Larry Nichols speaking of that on the Chuck Carter show, and he explained the reason why he wouldn't be on your show.
Oh, what did he say?
The only reason he gave is it's too late at night, and he wasn't.
Really?
I want to get on that.
Did he really say that? I mean, somebody called him up on Harder and said, why are you going to Art Bell? And he said, because it's too late.
No, he just brought it up as part of his conversation.
Oh, you mean he brought it up?
He brought it up. He said, yeah, this Art Bell's been trying to get a hold of me, and the only reason I won't go on a show is it's too late.
Oh, I see. Well, at least finally we have an explanation. Mr. Nichols can't stay up late.
Well, that floored me. It really did. This guy's really sickens me. These guys are digging a hole, and you're right. Eventually something legitimate is going to come out, and everybody's going to say, yeah, right, like the rest of the stuff. You know?
That's it. I mean, this stuff is just too fantastic. And people, what happens to people is they get a kind of a scandal overload. And so then what is it going to be if something serious comes along, but it'll seem rather mundane.
Exactly.
Yeah, compared to some of this.
Last thing I want to thank you about is you got the guts to have no screener, and I really appreciate that. It's frustrating to hear mega deals every time somebody picks up the phone.
Appreciate your call, sir. Thank you. That's Las Vegas. Well, look, I think this is real talk radio. It's as real as it gets. And I think there ought to be any talk host out there worth his salt ought to be good enough to be able to tackle whatever comes along, whatever it is. I mean, you may or may not have knowledge in a certain area. But if you don't screen your calls, there's a certain magic that's there that is the real talk radio. That's what I think. And it's the spontaneous nature of not knowing what's next. It's like a great adventure. That's exactly what it's like, a great adventure. Talk radio. Every program I do is that way. You never know what it's going to be, and I like it that way. Anyway, that's our brand of talk radio. It's called Coast to Coast AM.
This is Premier Networks. That was Art Bell hosting Coast to Coast AM on this Somewhere in Somewhere in Time with Art Bell continues, courtesy of Premier Networks.
Here's a fax from Spokane, Washington. Hi, Art. Just listen to Michael Reagan tape from this afternoon. This is part of what he said about the UN tax, 1/10 of 1% global tax to improve global living standards. Proceeds to go to the poorest countries. Income tax on the richest countries. The countries with an average of $10,000 per year or more per person would pay tax. Our American UN rep said, we need a global safety net for the poor. A global safety net for the poor. He read much more, but would take too long to copy. Well, there it is anyway. So I guess it's true. Michael Reagan read the report on his show today. That's Diane in Spokane. KSPN. Are they out of their minds? Are they absolutely out of their minds? They lost their minds? What's the matter with them? we're going to kick in part of all the money we make so that poor nations around the world can have a safety net. You know, my reaction to this really wouldn't be suitable for the radio. On the wild card line, you're on the air. Hello.
Good morning, Art.
Good morning.
I'm calling from WLIC
In Wisconsin. Yes, hi there.
and my name is Rita.
Hi there.
I would like to say that I ordered both of your t-shirts,
Oh, you did?
and they are beautiful. But I do have to tell you something that is kind of comical. I had one of yours that was pretty nice there, and people would come up and say, "What religion is that?"
What religion?
Yes.
Tell them it's a cult.
Well, I don't want to end up in jail.
Or with a tank at your front door.
Right. What I did want to talk to you about dipping into things that they're not supposed to in Washington, D.C.
Yes.
All the union money and pension money is also being dipped into. A matter of fact, one of them is where they're going to make housing for the poor that is going to be established. I think it's in Pennsylvania.
Right.
And I don't know how much money it is on a whole. So it isn't just the Social Security or anything else. They're just dipping into anything
that's there, sure, whatever they can do, huh?
Yeah, and it's really a bad, because I guess it's a railroad fund that's really being hit right now. And this is money that these people are planning on living on that are retired. So I don't know what they're going to do after that's gone. Are they just going to cut the pension and these people aren't going to get anything?
Sure is a good question. I don't have the answer for you, but I know that at some point there is going to be a crunch point.
Well, I think there's going to be a point where all these people, everything is just boiling up to such a point that maybe they're going to be not rational at all. And I'm just so worried about that. I mean, as you have talked to it on the show several times, this is not the way to go.
Well, certainly, yeah.
Everybody is really thinking of orders. They are just so beautiful in their work. Everybody is.
Yeah, I'll tell you another secret about those t-shirts. They don't shrink.
Well, we're in the laundry business and dry cleaning business. This is our business that we do have. And I always like to test things right away because if I do, then I'll order more if I don't. These, I have a certain amount of polyester in there that will eliminate shrinking. You could just wash these things over and over and never worry about your little grandchildren wearing them. Because they do, and they hold the shape beautifully. I mean, most of these t-shirts, you know, once you get them on, they're hanging here and there. But these wash up just gorgeous.
Well, I'm sure glad to hear it, and I feel like I ought to give them a plug, and I can't find the number right now. Do you remember what the number is to order those?
No, I don't. I got it from you, and I wrote it someplace, and I called him up immediately. He says, "Oh, you're almost the first one they called."
All right. Well, listen, thank you. I really appreciate it. I'm glad you enjoy the shirts. They are special.
Yes, and please keep up the good work. And by the way, I did order one of your shortwave radios.
Oh, good for you.
Because we do not get your station, you know, we have to wait later. And I thought that, I don't know, because we get it in shortwave if we're here in Wisconsin, or wouldn't it reach that far?
Not yet. Well, this program is not yet on shortwave, so you can't get that. I'm on shortwave, and you might hear me.
Well, when do you come on the shortwave?
Well, I'll tell you, a lot of times when I get off my live segment in about 52 minutes, I will go on ham radio on shortwave.
Okay, I ordered one of those radios that I guess is supposed to be one of the best that gets us $259 or
$254.95. The 818CS. You're going to be really, really happy.
Well, I hope it's not real complicated because I am the most uncomplicated, mechanically inclined person.
Well, there's one good thing about the
You know, I have to tell you, these people are just so wonderful. I explained that I'm not very mechanically inclined.
Right.
And they said, don't worry, says you can call us at any time with a toll-free number.
That's right.
If you have any problems, just call us.
They'll even sit on the phone and tell you how to
That's
operate
what
it.
they said.
Yep, they will do it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Art.
Take care. Kenosha, Wisconsin. Yeah, they might hear me all the way up there. Sure, I get on ham radio every now and then. I love ham radio. I love radio, period. I'm a radio nut, period. And I'll probably do it again this morning. I'll get on, I'll tell you where I am. I'm on the 75-meter band. And the frequency I usually pop on is 3892. 3892. So if you're a ham and you can get on the 75-meter band, pop on to 3892 about 5 minutes after I get off the air. I'll crank up the shortwave rig here and see who's around. Some nights many, some nights not. So if you're a ham radio operator, pop on there and I'll say hello. And if you're just a listener, listen to that frequency and you never know, you might hear me. It's lower sideband. 3892 lower sideband. And on the toll-free line, you're on the air. Hello.
Good morning, Art.
Good morning, sir.
Yeah, I was thinking about Linda Thompson and repeating KFYI.
Yes, sir.
And in the afternoon show, they had a guy. He was the president of the John Birch Society.
Oh, yes, I've had him on myself.
And he was talking about Linda Thompson.
Yes, I have their position paper on Linda Thompson, and they feel, as I do, that it is very dangerous, and they have advised their members of exactly that fact. And they have a whole position paper on Linda Thompson, so there you go.
Yeah, he even thought maybe she worked for the government.
Yes, I know, they feel that.
And I was talking to a friend of mine, and he said the same thing about 4 days before I heard this conversation. So it got me to thinking, and about this gun control, we talked a little bit about gun control.
Well, maybe it is karma in some way, because Linda Thompson has said of many of her critics that she thinks they work for the government. So now they're accusing her of working for the government.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, she said that of people who have criticized her, so, maybe it's karma.
Well, thinking about gun control.
I was going to say a lot of people think I work for the government.
Oh, well.
CIA,
Well, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
If you do, you're a blessing to the agency.
Mm-hmm.
So anyway, I was thinking about gun control, and my mother told me something I never forget. We was watching this Bill Donahue thing, and one of our sheriffs from Arizona is challenging the race bill. And she said something to me that really struck home. He said, they brag about the gun that fires the bullet, but not the finger. Now the person with the finger pulls the trigger.
Right.
And that got me to thinking that today was Rodney King, yesterday, when the jury come out and said, well, due damages, he's not going to get anything. So I was just wondering, what happened if they started rioting again? And the people, I think California had to wait 15 days. And so I was just wondering, because we do have guns, and here in Arizona, we all pretty much carry guns. Not everyone, but a lot of ranchers. We have a lot of ranchers out here and things
Sure.
like that.
No, I'm sure. And it's the same all the way across Western America. Guns are just sort of there. It's not any big deal.
Yeah, and then I was out camping a couple weeks ago, and I was at Circle K, and these three guys come in. I was buying something for my camp, and these three guys come in with sidearms right on their hips. And
Sure.
I didn't think a thing about it. I felt very safe.
Yeah, it's not that unusual. All right, thank you very much for the call. That's right. It's just bad guys and guns you got to worry about, not the good guys and guns. Listen, I did find it, and these are really rare, these t-shirts. So I'm going to give a free plug here, because you don't get to hear it on this program. The t-shirts are only advertised on Greenland. You ought to be advertising here too, the more I think about it, and maybe I'll talk to you about that. But they are Dreamland t-shirts, and there are Kingdom of Nine t-shirts. And they're in they're these incredibly high-quality t-shirts. And the artwork is done by Dave Archer, who did all the artwork, or a lot of the artwork for Star Trek. So that tells you how neat they are. And it has my name, I think, and Kingdom of Nye, and the other one has Dreamland. And they've just suddenly absolutely blown up in popularity. Anyway, if you want one of those, there is a 24-hour number. It's 1-800-241-6036. Ever see anything take off like that? 1-800-241-6036. On the wildcard line, you're on the air. Hello.
Yes, this is Marie in Marysville.
Hi, Marie.
I tried to reach you when you had that guy from Scientology on.
That guy was the president of Scientology.
You aren't really interested in that, are you?
Well, no. I mean, not as in personally involved. I'm interested in it, Marie, as I am in just about anything else. You know, I have an open mind.
Well, I believe that you should believe half of what you see, a quarter of what you read and hear.
That's healthy, yes.
But in 4 books now on different things, I like to read biography. I've heard that L. Ron Hubbard started in witchcraft in England.
Really?
Yeah, and that really bugs me.
Well, I hadn't heard that.
So, but on another subject, the one child up here that had that infection that was played in England was actually 5.
5 people?
5 children.
5 children in Seattle? Are you serious?
Yes. So far they had the 4 that had the surgery and they're out and fine.
Good Lord, where did you hear this?
It was on the news, on all the channels.
Oh my.
And they're telling people to be very careful.
Another cluster.
Yeah, my daughter had just 4 days ago, her roommate has a little boy, and she was going to expose him to the chicken pox, and I told her, no, don't.
No, I wouldn't choose this boy, that's really something.
When I talked to her tonight, she was very glad she hadn't. It goes in through staph infections on your skin.
Well, I understand that it is something they claim that we all have in the back of our throats.
Well, the staph germ is on everybody's skin, on the outside also. And believe it or not, you can get staph infection in your kidneys from giving hickeys.
From giving hickeys?
Yes, my son got some. But you have to be very careful with staph infections. That's why it's a good idea to wash your hands.
Oh, I suppose. All right, thank you very much, Marie. So then they probably call it the hickey disease. Well, look, I tell you all, swallow all this with a drop of skepticism. It may be absolutely true, but I don't want to panic anybody, but this is getting to be a little silly, isn't it? Do you believe what the government's saying about this? Little clusters of this disease, it's always been around. They've had this before, it's no big deal. The old eating human flesh, whatever it is, no big deal. Be calm, be safe. Our government will take care of us. Boy. On the toll-free line, you're on the air. Good morning. Hello? Going once, going twice. 3 times. On the wildcard line, you are on the air. Good morning.
Good morning, Art. How you doing?
Just fine.
Good, very good. Very strange disease, this thing.
Yes, indeed.
Yes, I just want to let you know that you're our favorite radio friend here at KPW.
Thank you.
And I had a sort of a dreamland story for you, but it's not dreamland.
All right.
It's a very weird incident. It's the weirdest thing that happened to me last year.
Okay.
I had a dream, me and my sister are traveling from New Jersey to Eugene, Oregon on a bus, on a Greyhound bus. We stopped like in Laramie, Wyoming, right?
Right.
And my sister has an apartment in Laramie, but it's in Eugene on a street down by the university. And we go there, and suddenly I realize I forgot my backpack. I'm breathtaking. Everything I have in this world is in this backpack. I am so stressed out. We got to get back to the Greyhound station.
Yes.
We're running down the street. A helicopter knocks over a bunch of power lines. We can't cross the street. We got to go a mile out of our way. My backpack. I leave it on the bus. I leave it at the Greyhound station. Did someone pick it up? Did someone steal it? Did they turn it in? Get back to the Greyhound station. I'm looking for my backpack. I wake up. So the a dream, right? I go down to my mailbox to get my mail. I get a package from my sister. I open it up, and it's a birthday present. I open up, there's some cards in there, there's a couple of t-shirts. I pull out a package. I'm like, what's this? It was a backpack.
Wow.
And she didn't tell me nothing about it, or nothing.
Well,
I didn't even know there was a package coming over. It came about a week after my birthday.
well, maybe you're a prophet.
No, I just think that, we all are touched by dreams sometimes, recognition or precognition, things like that.
The prophet?
It was one of those moments for me,
They call you the Bronx prophet.
Yeah, okay, well maybe, the microchip guy, I don't know, whatever.
All right, listen.
I was just listening to my Gold Rose Student Radio, which sounded great.
Well, of course it did.
It sounded more wonderful than ever.
All right, sir. Thank you. That's our Bronx prophet. Has dreams. Keep us up to date on the dreams, please. On the wild card line, you are on the air. Good morning.
Good morning, Art. KBI Country.
Yes, sir.
Did you by any chance get a fax today from someone up in this area who is a newly elected NRA board member?
No, sir, I did not.
Concerning your attempt to get a hold of Wayne LaPierre. It's in the works.
Oh, is it?
I was told by a mutual friend yesterday, and we're all members of the country's second largest gun club up here in Washington.
Yes, sir.
That, none of these guys would be able to listen to you, so I spread the word not only to the NRA directly, but to all my friends, and one of whom just attended the NRA board meeting and got himself elected as a board member.
Wow.
And surprisingly enough, he brought it up, and Wayne LaPierre has not heard about it.
Well, that doesn't surprise me.
Somebody has been dropping the ball and either insulating him on purpose or just plain dropping the ball and not giving him the message.
Oh, I think there are some people under Wayne LaPierre who are angry with me because I refuse to accept anybody but Wayne LaPierre, and so they've got a kind of a vendetta going. And listen, I'm coming up on a break. Can you hold on? All right, fine. You're on hold, and we're going to break. This is Coast to Coast AM on the CBC Radio Network. I'm Art Bell. Stay right where you are.
This is Premier Networks. That was Art Bell hosting Coast to Coast AM on this Somewhere in Time.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome back to the most widely distributed all-night radio program in America. You see, and so, of course, if Wayne LaPierre knew, he would come on. And so I agree with this caller that, and I'm sure that I can take somebody off at NRA, because they called me repeatedly for a while and said, how about this director or this regional director or that person? And at first I politely told them, well, thank you, but it is Wayne LaPierre that I would like to have. I've had many of these other people in the past from the NRA, and I think the situation is, I really explained all this to them. I think it's so critical right now with regard to Second Amendment guns in America that I'd like to have them themselves on. And I think we're big enough to more than justify that appearance. And I think that I ticked the guy off, frankly. He finally got angry with me. And so it wouldn't surprise me at all that there is some sort of insulation going on. And you're back on the air again, sir.
Right. Okay. Well, the word I've got is that Wayne now knows that you want to have him on the show, and says, "Oh hell yeah, I'll come on."
Oh, good.
So sometime soon, somebody will be getting a hold of you. I passed your fax number on to the director, and I was asked if there was a phone number that you answer during the day, but.
Well, there is, but I can't give it out here. I'd be glad to give it to you privately.
Okay.
So I'd be glad to do that. And yes, I'm sure that is the case. Maybe some of it is my fault because I was fairly hard in my position that I wanted Wayne LaPierre, and I know it got him angry. Well, that's the way it goes.
Well, when you get him on, I
right, sir. I appreciate it. Thank you. Wayne LaPierre is actually a pretty effective spokesperson. I thought in this last battle, though he lost it, over the assault weapons, though it's not totally lost yet, I might add, by the way, since crime was not signed, sealed, and delivered. I thought he did a pretty good job of arguing against it, a pretty effective job. So I have no quarrel with Wayne LaPierre personally. It's just some of the staff at NRA, and I should add, I'm a member, continuing as a member of NRA. I just, we've got millions of people here at night listening to this program. And it's a pretty significant audience of people who would have a lot of sympathy with what he would have to say. He would motivate an awful lot of people. So it wouldn't make sense that he would not come on unless he didn't know. On the toll-free line, you're on the air. Hello. Good evening.
Can we talk to the Art Bill program?
Yes, you are.
Okay, thank you. What can I do now?
Well, that's up to you. Okay, press 4 on your touch-tone telephone now. This is Art Bell. Hi. Good evening. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. Am I on the air with you?
Why, yes.
I heard several of your callers discussing this disease that apparently is coming from London.
Yes.
And Seattle. And I'm afraid I've heard a thing about it. Can you please brief?
Well, I cannot give you a lot of news about it. I can tell you, you're familiar with what they said about the disease in Europe.
No, I'm sorry.
You're not? Okay, it is.
Give me a brief rundown on.
Well, it is apparently some mutated or very virulent form of a bacterial agent that we all have with us, and somehow it changes, and then what it does, it will eat the fat and the muscle of the human body within 24 hours.
My God.
Yeah, that's what I say too.
And that's starting in Europe or what?
Well, the governments are saying that why it's nothing new, they say. They've had it before. It comes in clusters, and there is nothing to worry about. Now, I'm worried. I don't know about anybody else, but I'm worried, and I don't believe it, actually.
I'm sorry, I'm 63 years old. I've never heard of this, but I'm sorry, I just missed whatever came on the news, or if it was on the news. This is the first I've heard about this, and I'm just asking, since I'm only turning into you this evening, could you give us a brief background?
All right, well, I've almost told you what I know. Thank you very much for the call. I would say, first of all, to be cautious, because I have only callers with regard to the stories about Seattle. I don't know how much of that is so, and you have to always be cautious, but I've now had a couple of calls, and so, it begins to give some credence to it, some credibility, but it's still just a couple of people who have called. And, rumors are rumors, and you never know what's true and what's not. We will check it out. Pretty odd stuff, right? I always picture roughly the beginning of his hand, sometimes just with a vial in his hand, holding it up, looking at itty teeny crawly things crawling around a vial, and then somebody startling the scientist, oops, crunch on the floor, and then a bunch of human bodies just all chewed up. And it's loose on the world. Of course, I imagine worse. So I don't know, but this may be real, and if I were you all, I would stay close to this story and continue to follow this story. And when you hear employed at Area 51 in text, and now feel ready to sing, perhaps you can call up and disguise your voice or something, I don't know. Anyway, something like that. And you want to call up and sing? It's going to be your night to sing. Let's see what we get. On my Area 51 line, you are on the air. Good evening.
Hello, Mr. Bell.
Hello there.
So good to hear you.
It's good to hear you too. Are you going to tell us from where you are calling, or would you rather keep that secret?
I cannot tell you.
Okay, well that makes sense.
But I can tell you who you can call me. It's actually my first name.
What is your first name?
Yes, you can call me Steve.
Steve. Figures.
Oh, by the way, I was not the guy who sent all the faxes about the suitcase bomb.
Okay.
I was not that guy.
Not that Steve.
No.
All right. Did you work, or do you work at Area 51?
I did, but more so to the point, I actually lived there for a time.
You lived there?
Yes.
Well, I guess that makes sense in a way. That a lot of people who live there either commute from Las Vegas or my little town of Pearl, or they actually reside there, which I bet they love, because then you can't go talk to people.
Well, actually, when you say Area 51, do you mean only Groom Lake?
Oh no.
Or Papoose?
Oh no, I mean S4. I mean any of the interesting areas up there.
S4.
You worked at S4?
That's the area where I was living.
Oh my. Now S4 is where it is said they had the goodies.
Oh yes. I've been ordered to discuss it.
I beg your pardon?
I've been ordered to discuss S4 tonight.
You've been ordered to discuss it?
Yes, they were aware of the show, and we knew it wasn't going to be on last night, so I didn't say it.
Oh my. Well, Bob Lazar, who lives in Las Vegas, yes, indeed, I've interviewed Bob Lazar, and he claims that there have been any number of saucers, actual saucers, recovered saucers, back engineered, that he was part of that, and that they were flown out of S4. Can you confirm his story, for starters?
Yes, it happened. Before he was even there. At that point, they were the cage, but they were not meant to be flown in the air. That what you're seeing in the air is not coming from Area 51.
It isn't.
No. I mean, all UFOs and all that. None of that comes from Area 51. Those things out there are broken, and the ones he saw sitting there probably were in a very state of disrepair, in my opinion.
Really?
Yes, and they were like where you have junk. Everybody's got junk. But if you've got junk like that, you're not going to take it to landfill.
No, you're not.
So you got to just kind of leave it.
When you say junk, we should qualify that. Extraterrestrial junk.
What would you call extraterrestrial?
Something not of Earth origin?
Would Earth in a parallel timeline do?
You bet it would.
Would that qualify as extraterrestrial?
You're damn right. In my mind, it would. In other words, it certainly is in the realm of the paranormal. So what you're telling me is that what's up there came not from another physical place, but another dimension parallel to ours.
Yes and no. It's both. The triangular objects were hand-me-downs that were no longer needed, and they were given to the people in the other timeline, who then turned against the people that originally gave them.
You're saying you were ordered to come and say all this tonight?
Yes.
Why?
Because it is, yesterday was September 11th. It is September 11th on your time.
It is still now September 11th, my time, yes.
It is the day that the Mars Surveyor enters the orbital phase of its mission.
You're exactly right. They have fired the slowing rockets, and I understand they have done that successfully, they believe. And this craft will go into a polar orbit around Mars, slowly mapping the entire planet.
It will be finished in March of the year 1998. And
what do you think they'll find?
I already know what they're going to find.
Well, then that makes you a doubly valuable person. What, pray tell?
Okay,
If they come down from the pole, at first they're going to be mapping an area that originally had a lot of water. So what would you see if you're in the ocean? You know, a lot of dried up area.
Silt, that kind of thing.
Yeah, but it's all rock, obviously, baked from the sun and all that. When you get down to latitude about 40 degrees north of the Martian equator, you're going to see some pretty interesting things, actually.
Like what?
The Cydonia region.
Yes.
The Cydonia region has a counterpart region, and they're going to find out.
Really? Now, when you speak of Cydonia, you speak of the face on Mars and
The city and the rail launcher.
all that stuff.
Yeah, the rail launcher is most interesting to me.
How rail launcher?
The rail launcher.
That's a gun.
No. The rail launcher is a shuttle type vehicle that was abandoned and sits on its rail inside a fortress.
A fortress. This is a lot of the kind of stuff that David Oates talked about when he refers to the speech of the NASA guys.
Oh, yeah.
So you're saying all of that is true?
Yes, but they remember all that comes from what they were thinking subconsciously, more or less. And it could get jumbled together. I'm not very familiar with it. I just heard it in passing. But I don't recall it as
Why would your bosses want this information out?
because of what's about to happen.
Like they tell.
There's going to be some, how should we say, major, extreme revelations next year. And everything's got to be in place before that happens. Meanwhile, pressure is building. By pressure, I mean orders to throw it all out on the table right now. And I'm one that don't think it's appropriate.
Personally,
No, I mean all of it right now. I'm all for the 98 thing.
so you're sort of dribbling information out to get people prepared.
Yes, but my greatest concern is they won't be prepared enough. And I'm troubled by what's happened.
You want to lay out your cards? I mean, what's going to happen?
In 1998.
Yes, sir.
Well, first of all, more of the same, more dribbling as you talk for start. But then, of course, you mean the main material.
Main event, yes, sir. You bet.
When I left that place on what day was that? I got a book over here that's got it all laid out. You'll run me in here.
I don't mind a bit. You go right ahead. All right. We're talking to a current Area 51 employee, he says, and there's a book that lays out what's going to occur, and he's talking about 1998.
Yeah,
All right, and then in 1998, you said you've got a date. Here the page is turning.
yeah, got it. July 20th, 1998.
Oh, Richard Hoagland's going to like that. July 20th. Yeah. That's an important date with Richard.
Oh, I remember now. Yes, it was. But I'm not sure that he knows what really happened in 1986. I wonder if he could call in and we could ask him if he knows what happened on that day in 1986. That's part of the main.
All right, but right now, I want to know what's going to happen on July 20th, 1998. So does everybody.
Okay, right on. In 1998, on that day, everything's going to be revealed about what happened on July 20th, 1986 to July 26th, 1986, and how that relates to what is going on right now with the Mars.
All right, then, if we must, let us back up. July of 1986. What occurred then, please?
The culmination of the original plan, and we are currently in the 12th year of the new plan.
What
What plan?
Whose plan?
Whose plan? The Supreme Commandant.
Is Supreme Commandant?
Sound familiar?
Vaguely. The Supreme Commandant.
That should be ringing some bells. No pun intended.
Thank you.
This is September the 11th. Okay. Anyway, the point is that, do you recall any certain caller might have called you on the Saturday morning, August 9th,
where you had the so-called MIB line?
Yes, I remember the MIB line, certainly. And as a matter of fact, during the course of this very conversation we're having right now, I'm wondering why men black aren't moving in on you.
Oh, they can.
Huh. Oh, yeah? That sounds to me like the soldier in the foxhole says that they'll, everybody around me might die, but I'm not.
I've been in a few foxholes myself, I'll tell you.
Well, it's that kind of psychology. What do you mean they can't get to you?
Because I tell them what to do.
You're that high in the food chain.
Well, unfortunately, it is a food chain, yes. Unfortunately for me, I occasionally learn the hard way. Since I did call you on that morning. I don't know if you recall.
Listen, these beings, are they as we are, or are they different? Do they look to be extraterrestrial in origin, even though they're
If you want, or in general,
well, you said they're extra-dimensional, not extraterrestrial. So do they appear to be extraterrestrial, or do they appear exactly as we do in form?
Okay, this is hard to explain, but there's two levels. One level is, if you knew what to look for, yeah, you can tell they're beings. But if you say, oh, I don't know, so-and-so, you never know.
So they could be wandering around in our streets now, ETs, and whatever.
Well, a few more than it used to be. There's about...
How about if I call them EDs? Extra-dimensionals.
Yeah, but see, if you could reel one of them, let's say you had a bad case scenario, you had hypnotized, tennis on reverse speech, everything. And you got everything out of them. You would never find out who was giving them the order. Not me, but because they're getting programmed from the planet in this timeline in space.
Why are you revealing all of this now?
Because of the amount of material that's going to be revealed next year would be unintelligible unless this was clear.
Lay it out first.
This is not, in other words, I could talk for 10 and we would have shit at the edge of the iceberg. That's just an example.
What is the purpose then of Area 51?
Now it's got different.
I'm sorry, S4 or whatever you want to call it. In other words, what is the main? Yeah.
Now or the past for both?
Yes. Yes.
In the beginning, it was simply to develop new weapons, American new weapons, to counter the Soviet threat.
Right.
The reason, you ready? You're holding all your seats for this one. I don't think anybody knows this.
Yes.
Okay, everybody in the Pentagon better hold on to their seats for this. They're going to be fucking mad. These people from a planet called Lanulos.
Lanulos.
Think you heard that before. They came here after World War II. They told the Soviets, better look out. Americans are coming out. The next time when they occur, tell them, better look out. The Soviets are coming out. And they go to the Soviets and tell them, here's the kind of missiles you're going to need. And then they go to the Americans and say, you better get ready. Here they come. Here's the kind of missiles you're going to need. We'll give you this back on what to build with your own technology.
Sounds like they were promoting the idea of war.
They knew the outcome. You can use primitive computer projections now to get some idea of something. And they use computer projections of that time to determine the best possible outcome. And that's basically throw the situation where you have a standoff. You need to get like a Cold War standoff.
Why?
To duplicate the precise same event that happened 3 times 19.5 centuries earlier on Atlantis.
Atlantis that was destroyed because there was no intervention or what?
Oh, there could not be any intervention then. Because there was no one in space, no one had traveled. Oh yes, this would be an appropriate time to explain something. No, there is no intelligent life that evolved anywhere in the universe, except on Earth.
I thought that myself, and even wondered about this planet.
Yeah, me too. Especially in the last 50 years. And now, parallel universe, ditto. In other words, every parallel dimension of our timeline have only Earth evolving intelligent life.
All right, listen, I have only about a minute left, so quickly sum up or say whatever you would like to say to everybody out there about where you were.
it was taken over by people from Iowa. And when they took it over, that's when I came in there. I was put in there to supervise what was going on that lower level.
All right. Well, I have no way of knowing whether one word of what you've said is true, but you said it well.
Well, thank you very much.
You're welcome. And you take care. There's our first Area 51 call. Let's sign it. Or whatever it was. What do you think? They were in charge since '86. Reagan said a bunch of stuff about that. You remember? All right. Well, I said no future employees of Area 51, but this guy tripped me up. He's on the line now, and I can tell you're like in a vehicle of some kind.
Yes, I'm driving a truck right now because I'm making a historical study of life in the 20th century, and there's really no better way to study it than getting out there and seeing it and experiencing it.
So you're sort of slumming in the 20th, huh?
There you go. Actually, I'm from the 21st century, the year 2072, and I work at Area 51, or I guess you would say I will work at Area 51, which at that time is the nation's capital. There's a series of catastrophes that will occur, and I don't want to create a paradox by saying too much, but some events occur around the turn of the century in the eastern part of the country. Things happen where the government of the United States has to relocate.
Now, bear in mind that you're on the air right now in Washington, D.C. and WWRC. I mean, they're all listening to you, so...
Yeah, that's why I have to be very careful.
Please be very careful, yes. So you're saying around the turn of the century, around 2000, something is going to happen.
Yeah, I don't want to get into any more than that, but I worked as an aide for the office of the president at Area 51. And in that time, in 2072, the reason Area 51 was picked to be the capital of the United States, and for that matter, basically a one-world government is set up with the United States leading that effort.
Oh, good.
There is, by that time, there will be no question of life throughout the universe. In fact, there'll be several races of aliens living with us. I don't want to get into much more detail than that, but...
let me ask you a question. How far can you go? We all know what a paradox is, you know, going back and killing your father, if time travel were possible, would suddenly negate you, at least in one timeline. How far can you go in telling us things without creating a paradox, something that will shift what otherwise would occur in the timeline?
Well, I can't actually alter events. For example, if I come back now and I know I invest in a certain thing in the stock market to become a huge multi-millionaire,
yes,
and with that individual who I am now didn't, according to my current history,
you would have changed things radically.
Right, and so I have to be very careful. Now, speaking in general terms, like I'm doing to you over the air.
So then we can safely assume Bill Gates is not a time traveler?
Bill Gates is not a time traveler.
Okay.
Bill Gates is Bill Gates, and
got his money, honestly, in this timeline.
Yeah, he honestly got it in his timeline. So there's some interesting things about Bill Gates. Without going into detail, we expect Bill Gates to enter politics before too long.
It wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah, I figured it would.
Now, is that something that could potentially? I mean, you must be on a gray line there regarding paradox.
Well, I am, but here's the beauty of it. When I'm on the phone with you talking, it's subjective. It's people's opinion. So what I really say is real subjective. Some people might believe it, some people won't. So I'm fairly safe in making general statements like that because probably a lot of people aren't going to believe it anyway.
That's right. And so let me ask you this. Is there something minor but very specific that you can give us that's going to happen in the near-term future that we can watch for and say, aha, the guy from 2072 called it?
Yeah, we're going to have probably about March of this coming winter.
Yes.
Southern California and Arizona are going to suffer severe flooding as a result of the El Nino that's building. And in 1999, the winter of 1999, there's going to be a major devastating earthquake in Southern California.
Wait a minute, that was the winter of 99?
The winter of 1999.
How big will it be, you know?
From the history books I've read, it was about an 8.9 on the Richter scale. But I'm not, they can't give out numbers because we really don't know. It was just estimate numbers of deaths and injuries.
Did you get here using a physical time machine, or did you come through some sort of wormhole? In other words, by what means did you come to this time and why?
Okay, there are things around the planet that people now are calling vortexes or vortices, such as in Sedona, a few places in California. By the year 2055, there's been a major breakthrough explaining these forces, and mankind has learned how to use those for time travel, both going forward and going past.
Well, now that is very interesting because I interviewed a very well-respected physicist named Michio Kaku not long ago who said that is exactly the way we would learn to travel in time.
Yes, and it works out very well. And you don't have to have the equipment at your destination. Now, when I left in 2072, there's equipment set up at these vortices in Sedona and other places around the world. Now, when I go through that and come to this time, I just pop out in the middle of the desert in the deep of Sedona.
I've always wondered about that. How are you able to be sure that you don't pop here inside a mountain or a building or concrete or something awful like that?
Well, because we can go back to maps of the 20th century, actually even earlier than that. We've got them archived on computer disks. And we know exactly where we can and cannot pop out.
So at least I know we still use computers, huh?
We do use computers, so it'll blow your mind the media that we'll be using at that time.
No, it wouldn't blow my mind at all. You buy a computer today and it's out of date now in about 3 or 4 months in.
Virtual reality is only the beginning.
So it's going to be an interesting time, and there's going to be a gigantic event around the turn of the century, a serious event.
Yeah, the turn of the century is going to be rough, but mankind makes it through it. We do have some assistance from, how shall I say, elsewhere.
Elsewhere, others?
Yeah, and after that event, things like racism, those kind of issues will no longer be around because not only will we have to learn to live with people of different color, we're going to have to learn to live with beings who are not human. And this event, these series of events that occur around the turn of the century, is kind of a purging or a cleansing event. And the people that make it through that become a better species of people.
Are you going to stay and go through this period with us, or when things get rough, are you going to get going?
I got to be honest with you, Art, I'm out of here. I'm going to be a chicken and run. I'm not going to stay and go through that with you.
Would it be possible for somebody like myself, for example, who wants to avoid what's coming to get a ticket to ride, so to speak, with you?
No, because there again, that's come up with a paradox issue.
Paradox.
You have a certain destiny you're meant to fulfill, and if you leave prematurely, that creates paradox.
I understand.
But there are certain people that can leave.
Let me see if I can ask this.
Okay.
Do you know offhand whether I make it?
I can't answer that because that might alter
Paradox.
the way you live your life.
I got it. All right. Well, you've been a very, very interesting caller, and I hope you will call again.
I will do so.
All right. Thank you very much. Take care. There is a future Area 51 employer, present employee, present time traveler. All right. Sounded pretty good, huh? I've got to give him a good 7 or 8, maybe even better than 8 on a scale of 10. Area 51 line, you're on the air. Hello.
Yeah, you got some less incredible people talk to you earlier.
I've got some money.
Less incredible people talk to you earlier.
Are you one of them?
No, I'll tell you what though.
You are not an Area 51 employee?
Here's how you find out. Ask them how they pay for their meals. Ask them what color the second door is they go in. And ask them how they get there.
You are an Area 51 employee.
No, that remains to be seen. Just ask them those 2 questions. They're rather unique.
All right, roll over those again. How they pay for the meals is one, right? The color of the second door? The trouble is that I'm not going to know. I mean, how am I going to know?
I'll tell you off the air if you like.
Well, I can't do it off the air.
Okay.
All right, what was the third thing? It was the color of the first and second door?
Color of the second door.
Second door, and what else?
How they pay for their meals.
Yeah, I got those 2. What else?
How they get there.
Oh, how they get there. Oh, I know one way they get there. They get there by bus. Some fly. Right.
Also ask them what they do with the trash.
They probably drop it down a big hole where it enters our water table when we drink it. You are an Area 51 employee, aren't you? Come on, own up to it.
I'm afraid I can't do that. Have a good evening.
No, thank you. Now, he was a real employee, you can tell. Well, all right, future Area 51 employees, I now have 3 critical questions to which I don't have the real answer, so you can lie your tailings off to me and I wouldn't know. On my Area 51 line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello, Art.
Yes.
Hi. I don't have a whole lot of time.
Well, look, let's begin by finding out whether you're using this line properly or not.
Area 51.
Yes. Were you an employee or are you now?
I'm a former employee.
Former employee.
I was let go on a medical discharge about a week ago, and I've kind of been running across the country. I don't know where to start. They're going to they'll triangulate on this position really soon.
So you can't spend a lot of time on the phone, so give us something quick.
Okay, what we're thinking of as aliens are they're extra-dimensional beings that an earlier precursor of the space program made contact with. They are not what they claim to be. They have infiltrated a lot of aspects of the military establishment, particularly the Area 51. The disasters that are coming, the military, the government knows about them, and there's a lot of safe areas in this world that they could begin moving the population to now.
So they're not doing anything.
They are not. They want those major population centers wiped out, so that the few that are left will be more easily controllable.
Discharge. Well, this was certainly interesting. We are now on a backup system, everybody. A backup system. And, that one caller that I had on the air, I guess we were about in the middle of his transmission, his telephone call, which was one of the strangest ones I've ever had. And the entire transmitting system by satellite went down here. And we were notified we were off the air. And it would appear to be from this end and some sort of massive transmit failure. So we are now using a backup system to be on the air. And not that I would normally believe this kind of thing, mind you, But I can't help but wonder if somebody zapped us in some way. We'll find out. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Bell?
Yes.
What just happened there with the transmission?
Oh, well, what happened is the transmitter here blew its cookies in some way. Something knocked us off the air, and we're on a backup system now.
Is it government or?
I don't know.
It has to be something, though.
Well, did you hear? Now, you tell me because you were listening.
That was awful strange.
There was a really weird guy on the air when it went off?
Yeah. Real weird, though.
Like going sort of sounding paranoid, schizophrenic.
Like crying and everything.
Yeah. And how far into the conversation was it when it went off?
It's just a couple, about 15, 20 seconds, I'd say.
Oh, you guys you really missed a call then, and I've got a feeling somebody didn't want you to hear it.
Yeah. Because it was really strange. All of a sudden, I'm hearing Mark Furman when I
right. Well, the network, of course, went immediately to a backup tape while we tried to figure out what blew up here. So that's what you heard happen. And then we're now on a backup link system to be on the air at all right now. So, well, I'm telling you.
Am I on the air right now?
You're on the air right now. Well, you better, yes. Well, let me tell you what a very, very interesting turn of events. Right in the middle of a very, very strange, one of the strangest calls I've ever had. We apparently lost all transmit capability on this end here in Nevada. The transmitter went belly up suddenly for some unknown reason. I've never seen it do this in all the years that we've been on the air. I've never seen the transmitter in this way just simply fail, massively fail, like a massive heart attack of some kind. And so we've gone to a backup system to get signal to you right now, and I presume it is getting to you right now. Totally bizarre, folks. Totally bizarre. So I presume that you got to hear whatever they grabbed quickly, which I believe in this case was a bit of the Mark Furman interview. Must have seemed a bit out of context, I would say. Good interview, but you had to hear it in context. All right, well, we will continue on with the backup system and go to work on the primary system. This is why we have backup systems. My transmitter has had a very massive heart attack. Or something happened to it, or somebody did something to it. And I will not mention the alternative means we're doing to get accomplishing to get a signal up there right now, or to the network, let me put it that way, but pretty weird, and it certainly occurred at a pretty weird time.
Yes, this is Mark Nelson.
Yes.
And our phones went dead.
Your phones went dead?
Yes.
At that same time?
At that same time.
Where are you?
We're in Kingman, Arizona.
Kingman.
We're on the other side of Area 51.
So your phones are now restored, obviously, because you're talking to me.
Right. And that sounded very...
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
When it went off, what were you hearing?
I was hearing the man talking, and he sounded like he was almost in tears.
Yeah.
And then I heard like a static interruption, and then he went off the air. It was just like zip, and then the phone went dead.
Too weird for me. Too weird for me. And you're telling me that your phone went dead at the same time?
Yes.
Okay. Dare I answer the line on my Area 51 line? You're on the air. Hello. How are you?
How are you?
Okay. Are you an Area 51 employee?
At one time.
In the past.
Okay.
Years ago. Can you talk?
For a few minutes.
Tell us what you can tell us. In other words, instead of my asking you questions, just tell us whatever you feel you can say without having something awful happen to you.
I've got myself fairly covered right now. About your interruption, that last caller.
Yes.
I don't think you're going to hear from him again.
I got that distinct impression. Now, you guys didn't hear the whole call because here's what was going on. Halfway through that call, or somewhere through that call, I have no way of knowing. We apparently went off the air. The transmitter blew up or whatever happened to happen. And my hotline was ringing, so I don't know when, at what point during that call we actually lost it. I don't know.
He was just starting to like cry.
Yeah.
And the whole thing just went dead. It was when he just...
And then how long was it before you got to hear audio again?
About 2 minutes.
2 minutes. Oh man, the college alarms went off everywhere, all across the country. Okay, anyway, listen, why do you think we'll never hear from him again?
Because he was on the phone too long.
Yeah, you know, if you've heard the end of the call, I'll tell you, I'll tell everybody right now. The end of the call, it got worse and worse. He was crying, and he screamed. He screamed, and the line went dead. And at that point, I think I went to another call, and I answered the hotline and found out we'd been blown off the air somehow. I've got a guest in the studio right now. He's confirmed. He's shaking his head. Everything I'm telling you is exactly true. This guy screamed, and the line went dead. I wish you could have heard the end of it.
I can imagine the end of it.
You can't?
Oh, yeah. Very easily. I used to work security problems like 50 years.
Oh, you did?
Yeah. I was one of the men they called to close gaps.
Excuse me, closed caps?
Gaps.
Gaps. Leaks. I am going to ask you a question. In the course of your work, doing that kind of wet work, were you ever required to, or did you ever have to take a life in the course of your duties? Don't let those silence alarms go off now.
Okay, yes.
Well, do you regret what you had to do? Do you rationalize in your mind what you had to do because of national security, or how do you now feel about it? Do you carry guilt because of it, or what?
Some. But I believed in what I was doing.
Yeah, I guess you would have to. You couldn't do it, could you?
No, there came a time when I walked away. But when I was doing the work, I believed wholeheartedly.
All right, listen, I don't want to keep you on the line too long. I learned one hard lesson tonight already. Okay?
Yeah, well, like I said, I've got myself covered.
I hope that's so. You take care.
You too.
Right. Weird. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Yeah, hi, this is Vince in Chicago.
Hi, Vince.
Oh, that caller that when we had the blackout there, we heard about 2 minutes of it in Chicago, and it sounded pretty scary. It sounded like that guy was a little scared. And I know
a little scared? You should have heard the end of the call. I mean, I got to complete the call here. I really shouldn't say that. He screamed at the end, and the line went dead. And then everything went dead. Well, actually, it went dead before that. I just didn't know it.
Yeah, we heard about 2 minutes of it, and it was, there were some clicks in and out somewhere in the transmission, like it was going dead a little bit. And then it was dead over here in Chicago for, almost 2 minutes of dead air. And it sounded like he was really losing it. And he mentioned that something is going to happen, and
yes.
There's no one telling us what's going to happen.
That's right.
What do you want to tell us what he might have said at the end?
At the end, he was saying it was on the line too long. At the end, there was a scream, and the line went dead. I'm just telling you what happened. And of course, at that point, my hotline was ringing. I was getting real busy because we were off the air. And so, the network was telling me we were off from this end. And so I was, at that point, contacting people and trying to establish a backup system, and they were running Mark III. And so that's where everything ended. I stopped listening and stopped functioning as I normally do at exactly that point. So
that was a good call. And that's one that might have to be played again. Maybe I'd like to hear it again.
Well, you know what? It can't be, except for up to the point where the network lost it.
Oh.
In other words, I don't, as a matter of course, record here. The network records. But they would have only recorded up to the point where it went dead. Now, I'll tell you this. I would like to hear it myself. So when we get everything back to normal, I'm going to have the network play that back so I can hear it.
Do you think it was legitimate?
I really at this moment can't say. I find it rather strange that everything failed during that call.
That was weird because I was playing with my dial, wondering what happened. Something was wrong with my radio. There was dead air for a good 2 minutes.
Man, that's serious for WLS in Chicago.
Yeah.
Dead air. We remain, ladies and gentlemen, on a backup system at this hour. The transmitter on this end, apparently having had a massive heart attack or stroke, I don't know. Everything's out. Literally everything's out. And to add to the mystery, I just got a fax and I just verified it. Last words heard were approximately, quote, major cities will be wiped out. They want this to better control the remaining population. And then I guess, according to this faxer, that's where we went off the air. Then I got another fax a moment ago saying, Art, during that exact moment that you went off the air, the counter on the website jumped by about 300 and you went over 5 million. And I just checked it out on my own website right now, and he is exactly correct. We went over 5 million. Now, I wonder if I go to my own live studio cam, which is not live right now, what the last picture taken was before all of this began to happen. And I'm looking at it right now. Here we are. Interesting. You can see me on a telephone, and you can see my mystery guest in the background. Before the program is over today, I will tell you who he is. But you can see the moment of the catastrophic moment was captured in the last studio live cam shot that we sent to the net. And you'll see me sort of panicked on the phone, and you'll see my guest making notes like crazy. Man, what a night. Broadcast. There's nothing like live broadcasting in the entire world. There's nothing like live broadcasting, ladies and gentlemen. Nothing. Now, I just talked to my boss at the network, Alan Corbett, and he said, in 35 years of broadcasting, this is the weirdest event that I've ever heard. And I second that. There are presently engineers racing to the network, probably already there at this hour. And so it's pretty weird. This whole thing is pretty weird. So, folks, no guarantees about what is to come, but hey, what the hell? We only live once. On the international line, you're on the air. Where are you calling from, please?
Oh, it's Victoria, Canada.
Victoria, Canada. All right. Welcome to the program. Pretty weird, huh?
Yeah, I just don't know if you know, but your international feed's gone down too up here.
I beg your pardon?
Your international feed to Canada has gone down.
It has?
Yeah, I'm not hearing you guys from up here in Canada, but I can hear girls from Seattle.
From Seattle, so you're not hearing us in Canada? What station would you normally be hearing it on?
I normally be hearing it on CFAX.
CFAX.
Yeah.
All right. Well, if it ain't one thing, it's another.
I guess so.
Yeah. On my Area 51 line, see, I won't stop. You're on the air.
Hello, Mr.
Yes.
How you doing?
I'm well. You're listening, right?
Yes, sir. Security.
This is what they make backup systems for.
Well, right on. Right on. I'm security.
For Area 51?
Area 51.
Currently?
Currently.
Aren't you risking quite a bit by talking to us?
No, because professional cleaners, they dig a lot of holes in the desert.
Professional cleaners?
Yes, sir.
Cleaners. I don't think I like that term. What do you clean?
Well, I use a lot of acid, and I dig a lot of holes.
You dig a lot of holes.
Yeah.
And I bet you don't let the little things bother you, huh?
No.
So, let's see. How can I dredge the truth from you? How can I know you're telling me the truth?
Just a guess, I don't know.
In other words, you just gotta listen and believe, huh? How long have you been doing this job?
Well, 1990.
Since 1990.
I was in some Gulf War operations. Things like that.
How'd you get picked for this job?
Well, rigorous training, various governmental issues that you have to know. A lot of brain work, mostly.
Got any idea why I was tossed off the air like that?
I have a good idea. We worked with some things, some different satellite operations in the Gulf War where we get down certain transmissions. I have no idea what happened tonight. I wouldn't want to say what happened tonight, but I don't think the caller will be calling back. Although I had nothing to do with that.
You're the second one to say that.
Well, something's been done.
Obviously.
Something's been done, and maybe it will continue to happen. For national security. I mean, people need to know certain things on a need-to-know basis.
And otherwise, they don't need to know them, huh?
Yes. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right. I appreciate the call. So there you go, Steve. On my Area 51 line, you're on the air.
Yeah, let me turn down my radio.
All right. Please.
Okay, let me just say something about that.
Are you an Area 51 employee?
Not currently, no.
Were you?
Yes, I was.
All right.
But I only will stay in line for 45 seconds.
All right. Then go.
Did you hear a distinctive sound? You would, but I want you to ask your listeners. There was silence, and then there was a distinctive voice. Didn't sound like yours. It sounded something like I heard connect very faintly, and then nothing.
You don't have that on tape, do you?
Oh God, I wish I did. I usually tape a lot of your shows because I don't get to hear them. And tonight was one of the very rare nights that I didn't. But I'm going to hang up now.
Right, you're exactly right. 45 seconds on the nose. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Good morning.
Hello.
Hello.
Bill.
Yes.
Steve in Greenville, South Carolina.
Yes, sir.
The caller that came on, the guy that was pretty scared.
Yeah.
He came on, and he was kind of ranting and raving about how scared he was. He said something about they're going to triangulate pretty quickly.
Yes.
Then he was tore up and almost crying. I thought it was going to be a prank call. Because I thought at any time it was just going to be a prank call.
No.
Until he said something about natural disasters that are going to happen. They know all about it. And then they're going to destroy it. They want it because they want the city destroyed to make the people more controllable.
Okay, and that's
when he cut off.
That's when he cut off. Yeah, I get that in fact.
Then he came, there was what this guy just said. Some other, you were off there for just a second or two. Then another sound in the background. I couldn't tell if it was him yelling or disconnect or whatever. Then you were.
You heard that too?
I heard it faded back in. And I couldn't. I'm in my car right now calling you. I've been trying to call to tell you exactly what I heard.
Well, it just gets stranger and stranger. I have never heard of what you're about to hear about in all my life. I'm going to take you now up to Oregon, Medford, Oregon, where our network engineer, Tony Howell, is on the line. Tony, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. Tony, you just got off the telephone with General Electric in New Jersey, I guess, correct?
Correct, GE Americon.
GE Americon in New Jersey. When I went off the air, what happened?
Well, the story goes that the satellite that you transmit on, GE1, seems to have lost its Earth sensor lock.
Its Earth sensor lock?
Correct, meaning that it lost its orientation in the sky just slightly and started a kind of a shift.
So many of the frequencies, KU and C, actually started to fade out. And this is what happened to your frequency.
So in other words, it would not just have been me, it would have been everybody on the satellite I'm using, which would have been quite a considerable number of broadcast facilities, wouldn't it?
Well, even wilder than that, it was 50 channels.
50 channels?
50 channels on GE1. Not including our channel, which is the network KU channel, which, as everybody knows, we stayed on the air just fine. You're the one that went down.
Yeah, I went down, that's right. Well, then how could you... No, wait a minute. You used the same GE1 to get it back to New Jersey, right?
Exactly. That's just amazing.
If it lost Earth lock, it should have lost, which means the satellite lost orientation momentarily.
Right.
Then it should have lost it for everything.
Well, strangely enough, many channels could stand there, including our channel, except your channel, and 50 others. So it just depended on who you were and where you were.
Too weird, Tony.
Really weird.
And if that's not weird, as you know, I monitored my transmitter here, and I watched all the sync logs, and they were gone. Like this transmitter was gone.
Yeah, you just weren't touching anything in the sky. I mean, you were totally missing your
satellite
bird, yeah.
Oh, Tony.
I know it took them about a half an hour to get it back together. They had everybody scrambling around GE, trying to get it orientated properly.
Well, I sure would like to understand how you could lose 50 channels out of a total of how many do you think?
I would say there's probably at least 200 out there, at least.
So then a quarter of the channels were lost because it lost its look at Earth. You know what? I almost don't believe that. I mean, I guess I've got to accept the explanation.
Well, you know yourself that with all the weather changes going on, things are just terribly weird around here. So if for some reason it was supposed to be looking and getting its power slowly from the sun and looking at it in a specific spot and not finding it there, it could have lost its pain.
Oh, so maybe just one of the panels supplying, say, a quarter of the spacecraft lost it.
Yeah. Of course, GE, it's still early in the game. GE's not quite certain, but that's how it's looking.
Well, Tony, it's the damnedest thing I've ever seen in my whole life.
Yeah, I think that you got me.
All right, well, I do have you, and I'm glad to have you. And I'm sure glad you gave us all that information. And now I'm more curious than ever.
Well, just so you know, GE is supposed to publish a public report on what happened. So you will get some kind of information out of it.
I wonder if we'll get the real thing.
It'll be interesting to see.
It was. Did you hear that? You probably didn't hear the moment that it failed.
I actually did, and I just re-listened to it, and you can hear it slightly move lock when the caller was talking at the end of his conversation.
All right, Tony, bless your heart. I thank you for coming on here and telling us about this. I still don't fully understand nor believe. I guess we'll see the written report. Thank you, Tony.
Thank you, Mark.
That's Tony Howell at our network in Oregon. So, my transmitter didn't blow up, even though it acted like it blew up, because it lost everything. My transmitter lost everything. And the network, using the same satellite to transfer it to New Jersey, did not lose it. But it wasn't because of anything that happened here. It was because the satellite itself, they say, lost Earth, the link to Earth, didn't know where Earth was anymore, or at least a portion of it, and took about a quarter of the totality of the channels, 250, off the air. Now, is that weird or what? All right, what I'm going to do is I'm going to do my little commercial set here, and then I want the folks in the network to back it up at least 2 minutes or more before failure, and I want to replay that, and I want to hear it myself. So I'm going to be listening to it down here. So if the network would please prepare to do that. On my Area 51 line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello, Art.
Yes.
Hi. I don't have a whole lot of time.
Well, look, let's begin by finding out whether you're using this line properly or not.
Area 51.
Yes. Were you an employee or are you now?
I'm a former employee.
Former employee.
I was let go on a medical discharge about a week ago, and I was kind of been running across the country, and I don't know where to start. They're gonna they'll triangulate on this position really soon.
So you can't spend a lot of time on the phone, so give us something quick.
Okay, what we're thinking of as aliens are they're dimensional beings that an earlier precursor of the space program made contact with. They are not what they claim to be. They have infiltrated a lot of aspects of military establishment, particularly the Area 51. The disasters that are coming, the military, the government knows about them, and there's a lot of safe areas in this world that they could begin moving the population to now aren't.
But they're not doing anything.
They are not. They want the major population centers wiped out. So the few that are left will be more easily controllable.
That was it. That's where it cut off. Wow. All right, now I've heard it. Thank you, folks. I was unable to hear that myself until just now. Weird stuff. On my Area 51 line, you're on the air. Hello.
Yes, I'd like to follow up with the Area 51 contributions being given.
Yes, please. Are you an employee or were you?
Actually, in a separate field, but related. Within the Nevada state, we have several air traffic dispatches that handle a lot of things work. Fly in case of a national disaster. We're up and relighted to go ahead and maintain, make sure that people's money is safe and all the transactions okay.
God knows, if there's a national emergency, the one thing we have to preserve is our financial structure.
Yeah, well, money makes the world go round.
Yes, it does.
Oh, no, I try not to preach that. Anyhow.
Well, it really is true, though.
Absolutely. And it's a necessity. And, at one time, I didn't pay my bills. I'm not in that field anymore. That's kind of personal problems, but in relation to being around certain facilities that handle any kind of dispatching or just small light craft. We had an interesting cleaning service that would come in and collect every piece of hard copy transcript that we have to pick up in regards to weather charting, in regards to
cleaning service?
Absolutely. They come in, they go ahead and make sure that any kind of trash we had or any kind of hard copy of any kind of weather reporting or any kind of basic, satellite. We have a national weather service that provides us with reasonable anticipations of what precipitation might be like at certain altitudes that our pilots are coming available.
Okay, that makes sense.
Basically, anyhow, all of that had to be confiscated. We weren't allowed to hold on to any records, which was really interesting because it was pretty tight security for just working on these small aircraft flying back and forth. But those skinny guys didn't mess around. They were pretty serious about their business.
I had a fellow a little while ago who called himself a cleaner, so I take it you bought that as serious.
We rang a muted bell, and that's why I decided to contribute. I was going to call you on the first time caller thing, and then when you mentioned the cleaner thing, it rang a bell. Anyhow,
May I please ask you a question? I know that you may not be able to answer this, but wild as this may sound, it does now appear that the satellite that I'm using suddenly lost Earth track. Or at least a portion of the satellite I'm using, which is even stranger, lost Earth track during a very critical call, as you heard.
You know, that's really rare. That is such an infrequent happen.
Infrequent? I've never in all my broadcast career heard of it occurring. Ever. And I've been in this business for 30 years now.
Absolutely. Considering the kind of money that's involved, it really surprises me that something like this.
So my question is, could somebody have deliberately caused what occurred?
How hard can it be? Someone's under controls.
I appreciate your call. Thank you.
Absolutely. God bless.
Take care. There you are. Let's go to our international line and say good morning.
Good morning.
Who are you and where are you calling from?
I'm going to use alias of Bill. I'm calling from Tucson, Arizona.
Bill, Tucson.
Mm-hmm.
How did you get on my international line?
I don't know.
All right.
I called the 1702 number.
Oh, you did, huh?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, anyway, why are you using an alias? There must be a reason.
I used to work for Hughes Aircraft as a mechanic, maintenance engineering. And a lot of the work at Area 51 comes out of Hughes Aircraft.
You bet it does.
And we work with equipment. I want to get real specific.
By the way, just so you know,
fairly top secret equipment.
Just so you know, sir, I'm a Hughes AML microwave school alumni myself.
Okay. We used that piece of equipment. We had a hell of a time shielding. Whatever hammered you, hammered Tucson.
Hammered Tucson?
And hammered Tucson, Arizona.
How so?
I was sitting here working on my computer listening to the radio, and at exactly 10, maybe 15 seconds before you lost your signal,
yes.
I lost every bit of data in my computer.
You're kidding.
My hard drive provides every bit of data on it gone.
That implies an EMP pulse.
Uh-huh.
You know what?
Well, more.
Well, let me suggest something to you. Hold on, slow down. Did you know that our Defense Department requested permission to zap a satellite in orbit with a laser? Did you know that? That's news that's been breaking over the last few days, and that just came back to me now.
Now, you got hit with an EMP pulse. I would be willing to bet because when I was telling you about this piece of equipment, we had a hell of a time shielding. If I didn't keep my watch in my locker, it was white in my watch too. I got a digital watch.
Yeah.
I wouldn't check my watch. It's white. It's reading 12 midnight flashing. It's as if I would change the battery. Whatever hits your transmitter, I have to believe we've got a lot of cloud cover down here right now.
Yeah.
I think we got a cloud down with it. Hammered Tucson.
Okay. I appreciate the call. I'm sorry you lost everything on your drive.
I've got it backed up on disk. That's no big deal, but I just let you know I've seen what EMP can do.
Well, I just got Canada Facts from Buzz in California. It says, Art, don't know if you heard the comment, the caller who claimed to be a gap fixer, but he said that you were pulsed. And you agree.
I didn't hear the comment, but I can certainly concur that you got pulsed. I believe the validity of that one call. I believe it was absolutely valid.
I appreciate your call.
Okay.
Thank you. Well, there's a bunch of people saying that. I'm in a very strange business. You know, I believe in coincidence. I really don't like jumping to some sort of conspiratorial answer for something that occurs automatically, but For this to occur at that particular moment, something that I've never seen occur in 30 years of broadcasting, during a very specific moment, I find that coincidence way beyond any probability. Now I'm getting callers saying, yeah, it was pulsed. It was done to you. Strange life. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Good morning.
Hi, Marco.
That's me.
Yes, hi.
And just go back to the content of the call as much as you heard.
Yeah, well, it was strange. I mean, I'm a little nervous. I'm not used to speaking on the radio, but I didn't know what happened. I thought possibly that you had gotten off the air with him and was speaking to him, and you had cut the music on yourself because it sounded like he was starting to lose it, and you were, just trying to calm him down. And
No, that call was completed. I mean, in the sense that I would say it went on probably another minute from that point, and then he screamed, and the connection terminated.
And the scream was not recorded by your network in Oregon.
No, because that's when we lost the satellite.
Right.
And I thought I was still on the air. I looked over, I saw my hotline from the network ringing. I picked it up, and they said, "Hey, we've lost you."
What do you think prompted the scream? Did you hear anything in that 1 minute that the network where we could no longer hear him, but you still could? What did he say during that 1 minute interval call? That would be interesting.
It was kind of like he realized that he had been on too long. I'm sort of paraphrasing last minute because it was a very confused time. But I had the sense that he felt that he had been on too long, that somebody was on to him or something was about to happen to him. And then at the very end, this is all stuff you didn't hear.
Right.
It was a kind of a scream and a screech and a cutoff and just a click.
And did the other man in the mystery or the penthouse guest in your studio, did he get to hear what you heard, or was it just like through your...
No, he got to hear what thank God. Yeah, you're right. You know what? Hold on a minute.
Okay.
Take those headphones off. Talk to this phone. Hello?
Yeah, hi. I was wondering, did you got to hear that 1 minute interval of between when the network cut off and when the man screamed and hung up the phone, or was...
Well, actually, the call, what Art said is what happened. The call was completed, he screamed, and then the line went dead, and there was even another phone caller after that, I think an open line caller, and he was talking for a while, and it was during that call that I think Art realized that we weren't broadcasting.
Right, no, I understand that. I was just getting at during that 1 minute, when Art replayed what the network had on tape, we got to hear the caller who was, disturbed, what he had to say until that instant when it was cut off for us, but you still got to hear another minute of that phone call.
Yeah, it's hard to say how much more of that there was, but yeah, probably about a minute.
About a minute. Mm-hmm. And during that time, you couldn't play to the audience anything additionally as to what the caller was saying or about disasters or anything else. Did you give anything more specific, or did you hear anything in the background? I mean, is it like if someone runs to the phone and knocks it out of his hand, or did you know?
Well, it could. I actually thought it sounded something like that, or the phone dropping. It was hard to tell, and I think it got kind of more and more rambling toward the end, and more disconnected. But
Keith, you're on the air.
Hi, Art. It's Paul in Philadelphia.
Hi, Paul.
That's pretty intense that you got cut off there. I was thinking that if it is a real call, and what happened as a result.
Frankly, I don't know which is weirder, the call we had or the story that GE and Maritime is trying to tell us about what happened.
Yes, well, if it is real, then we should all pray that if he's been cleaned or whatever, that he is in the bosom of a friendly God. And if it's fake, I think we're all relatively intimidated, so I shall choose not to be intimidated, but...
well, if it's fake, the timing was unbelievable.
Yes, and I'm successfully made nervous by it, and I wish I wish you well, and I love your show as usual, and that was pretty creepy.
Pretty creepy. Yes, sir. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot.
Take care. That's a call in Philadelphia. First time caller. Oh, no, I'm not even answering that line. That's it, folks. From the high desert. I'll be thinking about this one for a while. Good night. Do you think I could get a man in black? Wouldn't that be interesting? Would a man in black talk? I'll try. So I therefore restrict my normal first-time caller line, and I hereby make it a man in black line. Now, what is a man in black? I guess that's what we're going to find out. Men in black seem inclined to sort of come around and threaten, intimidate people who have seen things that they should not have seen, have things they shouldn't have, sort of thing. So are there really men in black? And if there are, would one of you be so gutsy as to call a national radio show and admit their presence? So if you are a man in black, and now I'm going to screen calls, so don't just think you can come on here and be a jokester and what a job to have. Can you imagine that? To be a man in black. I wonder how you get hired to do that. Do they go to college campuses and recruit men in black? I don't know. The whole thing, of course, is a giant mystery, so let's see what we can find out. First-time caller line. Actually, my combination line. You claim to be a man in black. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
It is.
You call me the auditor.
I don't know if I like the sound of that. The auditor. The auditor. All right. What is, if you could give us a brief description of, like a job description, what is it that a man in black does?
Well, he looks around the field and sees how things are going, and then he reports back to the hierarchy how it's working out.
We here.
Now that's for me as an auditor.
As an auditor.
Those that you saw in the movie, which was a brief in the...
I didn't see the movie.
Okay, you didn't see it. That was a joke. That was propaganda.
I understand. But you're telling us there is no question about it. There are real men in black.
I can only assume so from the casebook of Men in Black and the author you had on the other night.
No, wait a minute. I thought you just said you were a man in black.
Yes, I am Man in Black, but I'm a human one, and they are not.
So you are... Well, when you say you are the auditor, you... What
I tell the hierarchy whether or not their functions are functioning correctly and whether they need to be updated or not. They do need to be updated.
I see. So the men in black are not human. We frequently hear they don't have lips, for example.
Right.
And they are biological, combination biological robot type things.
Yes. Let's use the analogy. Insects. They would be chippy drones who had some samples of human genetic material impressed upon them for the temporary purpose of executing certain missions in the hierarchy.
Mm-hmm. And as auditor, you simply keep track of what they're doing, their job, whether they're doing it properly, whether they're functioning properly.
Yes, and whether society at large is running onto what they're doing.
Well, the mere fact that I'm opening a line for Men in Black, obviously...
Yes, obviously, they need updating. They become so rickety and archaic, their files are so old that they need a new paradigm.
So occasionally Men in Black just like poops out and falls over or what?
Well, the description, as you said, you gave a physical description. They looked like they were just minted out of hatched out of an egg or something.
Yes.
You wear old, archaic clothes. They speak in stupid, archaic language. They drive old cars and so forth. They're out of date.
So they're kind of like Commodore computers, the old Commodore 64.
Yes, I have one too, the Executive 64.
All right, well, thank you very much for your call. I don't know if I believe a word of what you said, but that is interesting. Men in Black is the auditor, and they are out of date. And some of them are beginning to fail and not doing their jobs properly. How interesting. On my combo line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello, Marcel.
That's me, yes.
This is the Man in Black timeline line.
Yes, it is.
I'm calling you from a location that I cannot currently reveal tonight.
We understand.
Oh man, I got a machine here I gotta check.
All right.
There we go. Now, you want to know about the Man in Black?
Are you? I mean, do you claim to be a Man in Black?
Not only is the Man in Black, I've also traveled through time as well.
God, you qualify on both counts.
That's why I got the whole oh, I better not say that. But I can say yes, and I did know your show was going to be on tonight on this subject.
How could you have? In other words, a year ago.
Yes. August of 1996.
And the only way you could have known that was to have traveled to this very day and listened to the program.
That is almost what happened. I'd actually come back to this time, and then I'd forgotten about it, and then I remembered it literally a few hours ago.
That's the cool thing about being able to travel in time is even if you forget, presumably you can go back to whenever it was occurring. And cool.
I am prepared to answer any question whatsoever about the Men in Black.
Oh, wonderful.
Because here's why. I have new information that the last caller didn't. I also know what the hierarchy is, and I can answer what the hierarchy is.
Well, first of all, do you argue with or agree with the last caller's general assessment of the Men in Black?
Unfortunately, yes. And the situation is deteriorated to the point where there was actual war last year near Rio in South America.
Really?
Yes, it was between the Men in Black and the Women in Black.
One of the sexes.
No, not exactly. What happened was that the Men in Black actually got out of control.
No, I see. I didn't even know that the Men in Black. Well, I guess you call them Men in Black, so they aren't men. And now you're saying there are women in black.
Yes, but they don't really want to come here. They're the ones that were originally created. They created the Men in Black, and then they controlled the Men in Black. And the Men in Black slowly got out of control on just this planet, but they're actually on several thousand planets. Men in Black are working for the Women in Black back on their planet.
You're trying to tell me that the women eventually, in time, become dominant?
On Earth. Yes, again. But
what is the general job description of a man or a woman in black, and what differences in job descriptions would there be?
All you have to do to be a woman in black, first of all, you can't be from Earth.
Right.
That can only be of the hierarchy. That's one. The men in black can be almost anyone, except they have to be very loyal, and that's hard. Anybody can lie. But that's not always. There's new things that have been developed in the last 400 years. One of them is the reverse speech thing. What's his name? John
Oates, that's right.
He's not the Hall and Oates guy.
Oh, no. What we hear, what is the job of a man in black? We hear they are here to retrieve alien artifacts, any evidence.
Okay, first of all, the men in black, why are they here? The main thing is that that thing that crashed in Roswell in 1947.
Yes.
It was meant to be. It was dropped on purpose.
Dropped?
First of all, back where it came from. It was stripped of all high technology. It was filled with lesser than technology. It was brought to Earth, dropped here on purpose. Now, when this happened, it was made to look like an accident. So all the technology that was supposed to be developed could not be, would be required.
Distributed, no doubt, by Colonel Corso and others.
Yes, but the Men in Black were here to make sure that the United States is the only country that got the technology. That's why the Men in Black are here, to keep the Roswell technology from getting into other countries in.
So the Men in Black favor the United States.
There's a reason.
Which is? Is it because we're so good?
Not really. Unfortunately, they would have to support you no matter what you did. And that is because the Men in Black are operating for the hierarchy. The hierarchy is telling them to help recreate the Roman Empire in the modern era on Earth. And it's been chosen that America shall be that.
Well, I'll be doggone. We seem well on the way.
Oh, yes, and not only that, Richard Holtman should be given some kind of medal of some kind.
You mean beyond the Angstrom?
Yes, because he has discovered the secret of everything. The secret is the 19.5. History is repeating itself every 19.5 century.
Well, how could the Men in Black allow Richard to get this information out? I mean, wouldn't they normally walk in and grab him by his whiskers and
You bet they would, but there is something that has happened that changed everything.
And that is?
The hierarchy has been taken over by a new leader. And she's decided that the information shall now be told to the world.
And so, in other words, the mission of the Men in Black has actually been changed by her.
And I can tell you all about it. So we had some more time there. I can tell you, I can answer anything you need to know about the future or anything else I can answer.
I can't possibly reject an offer like that. All right.
Nothing turned down.
All right. Will the Men in Black budget allow you to hold on through the news?
Money is no object.
Money is no object. Of course not. All these taxpayers out here know that. All right, then, hold on. We'll be back with a Man in Black. Back now to my Men in Black. Are you there?
Stand by. Volume reduction, please. Okay, I had to make sure the radio was down.
Oh, I see. Right, good.
This other machine is bothering. Can you hear anything?
Well, you know, it's funny. You said earlier you were going to turn that machine off.
And it's on again.
And it's on again. And there is a little background noise associated with the machine. But it's tolerable. Now, so there are Men in Black, and they're ruled by a woman in black.
Well, yeah, you can say that. I mean, she doesn't wear black all the time. More or less.
And the main job of the Men in Black is to...
Oh, you're asking me?
Yeah, well, you're the Men in Black, I mean.
Right, well, the main deal is that they were... The earliest creation of the Man in Black would have to go back to 1925.
Oh.
That was the year of the Leeds crash in Leeds, England. Do you know anything about a UFO crash in Leeds, England in 1925?
I do know something about that, yes.
All right, there was this major crash. And believe it or not, that is where the world here anyhow gets television. There wasn't much else left on the crash to be derived from. But you are aware of the so-called alien autopsy or the Ray Antilles film.
I certainly am. I've seen it.
Yes, I saw it about 11 years ago. Actually, I was seeing it this time, but that's another story. The alien autopsy, I've seen a color print of it. It was taken 2 weeks after Pearl Harbor on December 21st, 1941. It was taken, I think, somewhere near London. And it was, I of the aliens from the 1925 leak crash. Now, how that got leaked out and got Roswell sent on, I'll never know. Because the Roswell creatures, if you want to call them that, so it ain't real too much. What the heck? The Roswell creatures were actually human fetus that were taken from Earth about the turn of the century. And they were grown on this planet. Now, before you ever heard of the planet Lanulos.
Say that again. The planet.
The planet Lanulos.
Lanulos.
Yes, it's in the constellation Taurus.
Right.
And about, let's see how far is that? It's about 400 light years. But they can get here in about 20 minutes. 100 years ago, it took about an hour. Been a few improvements.
I can see that.
At any rate, there's no time dilation or anything. They use inverted relativism and a quantum distortion field. It's very simple stuff, really. Anyhow, the crash in 1925 at Leeds, England.
Yes.
It was not from Lanulos. It was someone from another solar system that had no business being here. Well, everything, the technological thing was thrown off a little bit. Or people were finding out a little too much. So, they already got the thing.
In other words, an infusion of some technology was all right, but it was beginning to occur too quickly.
Yeah, and then they got the idea, well, we want to recreate the Roman Empire in a modern world on Earth, but we need it to be precisely correct. And then somebody got to think, they got a great idea. Why don't we scratch Rome, redo Atlantis? Atlantis has technology, so why don't we just make America like Atlantis? And that's what they've been doing very hard. And one humorous note was what Teddy Roosevelt did in 1898. You recall Teddy Roosevelt and the Rough Riders going to Cuba in 1898?
Yes.
Has anyone out there noticed that this is an almost precise duplication of Roman events 19.5 centuries earlier when Julius Caesar invaded Britain in the 50s BC?
And going back to your comments with respect to Richard Hoagland, he is then, in a way, an ally of the Men in Black.
He probably doesn't realize it, but see, that raises a good question. There's a lot of possibilities with Richard Hoagland. Could he have, in fact, been contacted somehow and remembers it and just didn't say it because he thought things might ruin his career? Could it be that he's contacted and made him forget it, but not the information?
Richard Hoagland, with regard to his career, is obviously fearless.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, we've proven that.
Oh, yeah. He is very good at this.
No.
Early on, he was a little scared. I remember years ago, he scared me a lot because of the rapid rate he was developing. And it wasn't that I was afraid of his information, or even personally, I wasn't even afraid of it coming out in the world.
So if Richard had begun to move too fast,
early on,
the Men in Black certainly would have had to slow him down.
You know, it's funny, if they'd been doing their job, unfortunately for him, he wouldn't even been alive years ago. But they were so busy deteriorating that they couldn't do what they were supposed to do. And he was able to go on and do his thing. And we got the new Supreme Commandant in Honolulu.
Supreme Commandant?
That's English. That's the closest English translation.
Oh, I understand. You're trying to pick us out a way that we can all grasp.
Yeah, maybe Supreme Commander, but Commander has other connotations, like lower rank people can be called commanders, or even captains of people.
Right.
For example, did I tell you what Murray was?
You did not, but I'm certainly curious.
Mission Commander, and very recently, just May 28th, well, May 27th this year.
Congratulations.
I really didn't want it. I'm one of the few of them that apparently get loyalty merits by supposedly acting like they don't deserve the promotion. But in my rare position, I really didn't want it. Because when you get promoted, you have more responsibilities.
Is there a choice? I mean,
oh no, absolutely not.
So you really couldn't.
No, and you can't turn it down first. Then you have one cut done
that obviously is a measure of time.
Yes, it's like the Mayan calendar, but the scientists that translated Mayan calendar really have it all wrong. A cut ton is not 20 years like they say. It's really about 1 or 3 years. That's roughly rounded up.
Well, I must say you got your act together. I would like to expose you to some of my audience.
Absolutely. And anytime you want to take a pause from that and ask me questions about the future and anything in general.
In other words, you could literally tell us anything about the future?
You would be surprised.
I bet I would, but I'm surprised.
Later on, I'll tell you something later on, if I forget to remind you. What is the president doing with a timeline recording? Now, I'll save that little nugget for later. That's a long story.
I see. All right, let me put you in touch with some of our audience. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with my man in black.
Yeah, this is Dave from Gary, Indiana.
Hi, Dave.
How you doing?
Well, I'm all right.
Yeah, we're kind of shocked tonight. The question I have is, what does the Phoenix incident have to do with all this, or does it have anything to do with all this?
I'm glad you asked. Man in black? Man in black? Where'd he go? Oh, we lost our man in black.
Dropped out.
Oh, no, I did it when I came to you. Damn. He was good.
Ooh.
He was.
Well, we can get him back.
Doggone it. Doggone it anyway. I forgot to push, see, I've got to push the conference button unless I've got a special guest set up, and he just came in, roaring in on my line. Oh, man.
I hope he calls back. I'd be real curious to see what Phoenix is all about.
So, bummer. All right, look, when he calls back, I'm confident he will. It may be a while. I will ask that question for you. All right?
I appreciate it.
Oh, man. You see, normally when I have a guest, I put them on a very special line and then put a VIP lock on that line. Oh, I can't believe I did that. And on the line he was on, I could have conferenced him with other callers, but I screwed up. Oh, man, he was the best man in black so far, too. On my combo line, you're on the air. Look.
Hello, this is Into.
Oh, you made it back.
Oh, man, you don't know what do you realize what I thought was going on?
Actually, I am suspicious of the fact that you were able to get back in at all. That alone indicates a technology far surpassing that of the average caller.
Yes, and that machine was not what helped me do it. The machine, I'm starting to wonder about it, it had nothing more than a mirror vacuum compression unit.
All right,
what do you call it, an air conditioner?
Yeah.
That's all it is. I was just turning it off occasionally.
I see. Oh, well, all right, that's very honest of you.
Did you have the right button this time?
I do. Now, but I am so disappointed.
I'm really afraid that somebody somewhere was coming after me on that.
The man asked about the Phoenix. Now, the Phoenix lights are one of the most confusing, hotly debated things in recent times. Can you tell us what you know about the Phoenix lights?
I know everything about them. I just don't know where to start. Where would you have me start?
Well, how about what the hell was it?
Okay, it was a carrier.
A carrier?
Yes, it's got these things inside all crap. I'm trying to translate this into English. It's quite difficult. But
it had, in other words, it just like from our terrestrial movie ID4, it could.
Oh, like that? No.
Well, you said it had smaller starcraft, and the motherships in ID4 had starcraft.
You know, in ID4 they were so large.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm thinking, no, not that large.
But the answer is, it was definitely a craft.
Oh, yes, and it was as big as they think it was. It was, let's see here. Let's see, what is the translation? I think it said about 1.5 kilometers.
Why Phoenix?
Oh boy, I knew you was going to answer that. Ask that, that's correct.
Yes.
I'm so glad somebody brought that up, or it could have, I have to get my mind where it's going to call it. sooner or later, the truth has to come out.
Right.
It might as well be now. This is
Good. Let's do it right here on the radio.
the 12th year of the new age, so it's as good a time as any.
It's about time that people need to know.
It's a real doozy.
All right.
It starts, and I'll make a 30-second intro of the explanation of the next part.
All right. The second level first.
Okay. It begins in 1947.
The Roswell.
Right. Now, you know how that happened and all that. I don't have to go through any of that. I know everybody's looking over.
We've already done it. Yes, sir.
Been there, done. I could go into great detail, but
Please don't. Yes.
okay. It was a kind of an earlier model of a scoutcraft. The main craft crashed in Paradise Valley, north of me. And that too was staged. It was all staged. The thing going over Plummet.
Yeah, we're here.
That's right, it's machine back on the air. Humidity is too high and you're going to affect what reactualize.
I can hear it. All right. Continue.
Cappuccino here.
All right, now, I sense you're stalling here.
Oh, no, really. I'm trying to say the proper word. The Paradise Valley crash in 1947.
Yes.
That was staged, and there was a survivor on it, although she's the one that is controlling the Men in Black now. Although she was a lower ranking official at that time. And she was sent here to deliver a message to Earth about the invasion and everything. Now, in short, we better get it all together before 1986 or it's all over. And she was thoroughly rejected at first from message, even though she met with the Majestic and it didn't do any good.
All right, but you digress. We want to know why Phoenix.
Oh, you're asking why Phoenix?
Yeah, why Phoenix?
Phoenix Black or Phoenix in general?
Why have this craft appear above Phoenix? I mean, it just, to a lot of people, it seems very strange that a craft like this would appear above a major metropolitan area.
The reason is they're trying to tell you that Phoenix is very important for the future. They're also trying to remind you, they're trying to, let me see if I put this in proper words. They're doing it at the time they did. Because on March 13th,
yes.
To us, on Earth, you might think it means nothing. But on their calendar that they're using, it means it was the first day of a particular month that they were using on their calendar. They chose that particular time. Come here and try to sort of like remind people that Phoenix needs to be looked at again. And when later in time, when the correct number of decades has passed, there will be new information revealed on the government declassified about the Paradise Valley crash in 47. People will look at this and they'll say, yes, they were trying to remind us to look back at Phoenix. They're trying to get you to look at it so you will discover the earlier stuff.
Well, I'm not sure that I'm fully satisfied with that answer.
Oh, there's more. There's much more.
There's got to be a second level.
Yes, there's many. I just don't, when it comes to Phoenix, there is a certain level of something that I can't really say, but I may be able to reveal it, but I'm concerned what people will say. But I'll say it anyway. I guess I'll just tell it all.
Please, I mean, we really, the people of Phoenix.
There's no point. After all, like I said, there's no point pulling back anymore.
Then let's have it.
The truth of the matter is, Phoenix is being prepared to be one of the provincial capitals of Earth.
Oh my God! Really?
The hierarchy are doing it. The Men in Black are trying. Never mind. They're trying to cover up what the hierarchy is doing. The Men in Black are working very hard on it. There'll be a day when the Earth is split into provincial zones, and Phoenix will be one of the capitals. And in that time, they're going to arrange that. By that time, a little after that time, there'll be some things discovered on Mars, which will take us and explain the world of Atlantis in that time. You will be able to find out about things out of Atlantis.
So all of this is in some way connected to Phoenix. That is going to be a new capital.
No, it'll be a provincial capital.
Excuse me.
A sub-capital.
A sub-capital.
And Washington will eventually, the plan is to move the capital of Washington eventually to Helsinki, Finland.
Really?
Yes. But Washington will continue on in a quasi-important place. You know, even the British Empire is not existing anymore, but London is still important in its own way.
Is the compensation pay, whatever it is you get for being a man in black, good?
Very.
One would expect so, particularly with your rank. All right, hold on a moment. We'll be back. We're going to have to ask you some rapid fire questions because we got a time machine that way. All right. First of all, somebody wants to know, what are crop circles? Yes.
They are intended for the time being. All they want you to do is just copy them all down. Whatever you do, make sure you get a record of these things in their entirety. Get them in the correct order that they appeared in, and store them somewhere to where you can get to them later.
So what you're saying is later, at some point when we have enough of them stored in sequence, they'll all make sense.
No? But when you get the information brought back from, I get the Sidonia, you will have the ability to put it all together.
Oh my God.
Now, I can tell you what year it is if you were interested.
Please.
And see, that would be dating from 2012 to now. You'll get part of it for the revolution, but you'll have to wait till after 2021 for the rest of it.
Excuse me, revolution?
Oh, yeah.
It's going to be a revolution?
Yeah.
When?
It began in the year 2019.
And the revolution is?
No, 2018.
2018.
Yeah, August. No, September the 15th.
September the 15th.
2018.
And the revolution is going to be?
Be what?
Well, I mean, is it you're talking about a revolution in America, worldwide, cosmic, or what?
It's just America. It's nothing much. It's just where you have about 4 presidents in 1 year. It's nothing serious, really. It's resolved when you get a Canadian enforcement group that comes down and reorganizes the government. It's nothing really serious.
And the Canadians come down and take control?
Oh, no, it's okay.
God, every fear I ever had is coming true.
They're part of the U.S. by then. You see, that's World War III really tied into the revolution.
World War III? You mean
don't talk about it. It's not as bad as it sounds.
All right. We're short on time here, so Wildcard Line, you're on the air with my man in black. Hello. Are you there?
Yeah, can I use my cat right now?
Well, yeah, sure.
Yeah, this is Jermaine here at Houston.
All right.
I always want to say hi to everybody at Cat for one thing, but I was wondering if you could guess anything about what was going to happen in the year 2000 on May the 5th.
Well, that would be the planetary alignment.
Well, I didn't want to tell him that.
Oh, okay. Well, all right. I'm sorry. Yeah, you already know that he's a man in black. All right, so how about it?
Well, all that really is going to happen is that there's going to be a magnetic fluctuation in the polar magnetic alignment thing.
Yes.
And it's going to be pretty intense. But the interesting thing is that on that day, there's going to be a convenient solar flare. And when a solar flare happens, the government is going to explain it as just a solar flare, so don't worry about it. Meanwhile, they're going to have everything monitoring this. They're going to cover it up until after the revolution.
That's what they said last time. They said it's just a solar flare. Don't worry about it.
The last time?
Yeah, well, we have one call. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with my man in black. Hello.
Hello, Art. This is Greg from Pittsburgh.
Yes.
You had interviewed a man who read a book on the Men in Black, and he had told a story on how the Men in Black killed Barney Hill. And I want to know if it's true, and if it is true, why did they take him out?
Well, I seem to recall a story about a penny or some change in his hand, and they didn't kill him. They
They
threatened.
did not kill the doctor, but they said
They said, no, stop. What they said, they made the coins in his hand literally disintegrate, and then they said, this could happen to your heart.
and this is what we did for Arnie Hill.
Yeah, and I guess they did say that, yes. So what about an MIB?
Yeah, I even know the guy that said that and did that. He's Commander Kronar.
So that is an absolutely legit story.
Unfortunately, yeah, that was the old days when they thought they could gain some kind of control through the CIA of America.
All right, listen, we've got to leave it there, but I really, really appreciate your call. And you are...
Before we go, I'd like to give you my number off the air.
Well, I'm the only one here. I don't have the facility to do that. You can fax it to me or email it to me, though.
No, I can't use those things because there may be a monitoring of the situation.
In that case, call me after I'm off the air.
Do you want to know what Clinton is doing with your timeline?
Oh, you're damn right I do.
He is taking it every morning after the timeline, and he's having the experts for reversing it to see if they can hear reversals in the voice of the timeline callers to find out about the future.
What? Are you afraid of David Oates?
No, why should I be?
So, if I were to sick David Oates on what you've just done, you wouldn't be in fear?
It's funny you should ask that. I was informed to ask you to do just that.
In other words, you have no fear at all of being reversed.
I acknowledge I have nothing to hide, but as the years go on, there is much more that I'm going to reveal. I may write a book.
Wow.
It needs to be gotten out.
All right. MIB, thank you, and contact me off the air with your phone number, and we will pursue you. Well, that's pretty cool. A man in black. It sounded like he had his act together, didn't he? Actually, man, YMIB line, young man in black line, you're on the air. Good evening. Morning. You are a young man in black. You're going to have to speak up.
Okay, how's that?
That's better. Get close to your phone.
Okay.
How young are you?
24.
That is young. For a job with this kind of weighty.
It's not that intense.
It isn't. No. It certainly is for those of us who have to see you.
Well, you know, I mean, if you attach that stigma to it, and
you don't consider it a stigma to go around freaking people out?
Well, I think that's only one small portion of what they, and I do say they, in so much as is not a singular unit with only one task.
You mean men in black do good stuff like helping old ladies across the street, going to bake sales, that sort of thing, or?
Well, imagine if your first caller this evening,
yes.
The first man in black, yes. His entire operation, his entire servitude is based on auditing, saying what should we do, what should we not do.
Well, he said he was not exactly a man in black, but an auditor, he called himself, and he said the men in black, those without lips, you know, really horrible ones, were getting old and rickety.
And he himself falls into the category of
getting old and rickety.
Yeah, and also the second one.
Only a 24-year-old would say that.
Well,
all right, so look, as a young man in black, what do you consider the next generation of men in black, a Generation X or man in black, I guess, huh? What is your job? How does it differ from the men in black of old?
Well, it has to do with operations protocol.
Okay.
The actual mechanism by which we interface with this tangible reality, the material consequential reality, we call it. The older generation were using what we call SOP, Service Operations Protocol. Their entire function is to fulfill obligations, to be given
objective and then to fulfill that objective.
Just like a robot.
A very sophisticated biological robot.
Okay, fine. Without lips.
No, I mean, I think the ones without lips were very, very early insectoids, and by the time they realized, in fact.
Yeah, that was interesting. Insectoids, you said?
Yes.
And so you are now a later, much later breed of Man in Black. And how has the mission changed? In other words, what do you do today that they did not do then?
Okay, I am what's called POP, Pleasure Operations Protocol. It's not a service oriented. I'm a free-worded biological entity. I don't have to be part of a hive. I don't have to be part of a collective. I also use non-axiomatic biointerface protocols, which means that I don't have a series of lists, like a service-oriented unit has a task and then has a series of axiomatic protocols which allow it to accomplish its task. I don't have that. And many of the young generations, even the young generations...
Well, you call yourself a pop. It makes you sound like a gigolo. Well, pleasure-oriented what?
Protocol. Pleasure operation protocol. It means the fundamental circuit of my cognitive dynamic is to give myself.
Give yourself pleasure?
Yeah.
God, Man in Black protocol thing has really gone... Well, I guess it's consistent with the rest of society right now. That's all I've got to say.
Well, in order for the new hybrid protocols to take effect, they implant different protocols to different beings across different planets, different areas of different planets, different civilizations, and they say, what is the most effective operations protocol? Almost as if you were designing an artificial intelligence. And saying, what is the best way to do this? Should we give one that can only follow commands and we have to continually give it commands? Or should we give one and tell it, please yourself? Entity, here you have existence, here you have tension, please yourself. What do you do to please yourself?
I don't want to know. Look, I appreciate your call, but I think I understand where it's leading. And if that's really where the Men in Black have gone, then truly we are doomed. If your only reason for being is to pleasure yourself in whatever unsaid way we might imagine that occurs, then the whole Men in Black thing is, I don't know, it's just not what I imagined it to be. And I'm afraid to say that you're not much different than the rest of the generation your age. Now, there was somebody earlier who said the ultimate goal was to turn America into Rome. So it may well be that this YMIB is one of the new Romans. On my special combo line, you are on the air. Good morning.
Good morning.
Hi, where are you?
I'm in California.
California. Yeah. Echo, hold on. That should be better. You're in California.
Yeah.
All right. Do you fit into the category of a Man in Black, a time traveler, or one who possesses a time machine?
I'm in Black.
You're a Man in Black.
Yeah.
I'm shocked that I'm getting so many Men in Black. Now, I thought never would I get a Man in Black because they are so secretive. So many levels, no doubt, above top secret, that we could never get one to call, and yet here you are. All right. Yes, all right. May I ask how one might go on behalf of Faxer about getting a job with the Men in Black? Is there a way one can apply?
There's not really a way you can apply for a Men in Black. You kind of fall into it.
Is this just one of those, they come to you, or?
Well, you go through certain levels. I started out in the military. As just a regular, went through boot camp, went to the military, went to special service, and was given the offer, and I figured, what the hell, I'm going to go try it out. I mean, I was single, I had a family.
Well, I remember it when I was in the Air Force. You know, they used to post job openings for career field changes that you could apply for. I mean, did you go into barracks one day or the first sergeant's office and there was a little thing saying men in black openings?
No. I mean, they don't recruit like a guy out of boot camp.
I see.
I mean, you're not like a senior apprentice or a senior recruit when they say, hey, how would you like to be a men in black? Normally, most of the men in black are officers that are strictly given security clearances and they're told, you know, I'm sure you remember the old page 13 where you're told, okay, you've given up your right to be a normal American and have the normal, you know, rights of everybody else.
I've heard that.
And so, I mean, what did I have to lose? I always wanted to know. I mean, I remember as a kid, I always wanted to know what was going on. And I figured this was the best course to take.
All right, what is a general description, job description of what you do?
Well, you know, I listened to some of the other people you had on about the hierarchy and systematic. We are basically out there to control secrets of the government. Okay? I mean, a lot of times the secrets get out.
But how do you sleep at night? I mean, going around intimidating people.
Well, I mean, you wouldn't be intimidated by a man in one.
Well, I understand that part of it, but I mean, actually intimidating them, or was you breaking into a place and stealing evidence and that sort of thing? How do you sleep at night? How do you live with yourself?
Well, basically, you know, from our point of view, we feel that national security of the United States is our prime motive.
Oh my God, there's been so much done in the name of national security.
I know.
I mean, the people feel like they have a right to know.
Well, they do have a right to know, but...
Well, not according to you guys. You go around stealing evidence and covering things up and...
Oh, we don't say, well, there's some businesses we do.
God knows we probably even kill you.
Well, we look at the big picture of things. I mean, you know, we would have let out that, okay, there's a carburetor out there that's going to get 125 miles per gallon.
I bet you get money.
We may or may not. I mean, you know, there's certain of us that work well with people and protect their interests.
That figures.
And there's certain of us that work for insurance companies to protect their interests. There's certain of us that work for energy companies and, you know, it's like nuclear power. There's one interest that we try to go get. But basically, you know, you can go through.
In other words, you're on the side of the oil company and you see nuclear power as a threat to the oil industry, and you're acting on behalf of the oil industry.
That was my prime job.
Don't you have guilt about that? I mean, we are polluting our air, our environment is foul, and you're protecting these old burners and providers of fossil fuels that are destroying our atmosphere.
Well, I wouldn't be calling you if I didn't feel guilty.
Ah, so you're sort of like a man in black whistleblower, sort of.
Well, not a whistleblower, it's just that something occurred in my life that made me kind of look at the other side of the spectrum.
What was that?
I met a woman and I fell in love and had children.
Is that generally not a thing that a man in black would do?
We're supposed to basically be on our own. No ties, but we got no commitments to other parties other than what our job is.
You don't take vows of celibacy.
No, well, not vows of celibacy,
but then once you settle down, it seems to be true.
So, what happened is when I had children, I started looking at the big picture, and I said to myself, you know, I have children, you know, I have responsibility, I have, you know, my kids, you know, I'm in my 60s, they're in their 20s, they're going to be going through things that, you know, I try to stop from doing all the cost of money.
Well, when you try to quit or leave the Men in Black, is it like, I mean, the Mafia, you generally don't quit. You're terminated permanently.
Yeah, you know, you think you're smarter, you can keep one step ahead. But, you know, sometimes people think they're so smart, and, you know, I tell them the same over. I said, hey, I think I can fool these guys. And basically,
don't you find yourself constantly looking over your shoulder?
Yeah, that's I do. And I'm sure I'll get screwed out of this one of these ways.
Well, you're a very heroic individual. Are they going to continue the policy of promoting fossil fuels, hiding carburetors?
I'm not sure. As long as there's money there's people that can, make it big. I'm sure they will.
Is the ultimate boss of the Men in Black a woman in black?
No.
So that was false.
Well, yeah. There are no women in black per se. I mean, there's women in the community of the organization, but they're not. I mean, there may be women that are in charge of certain positions or certain sectors of the organization, but.
What would happen? Now, you say the average man in black is not married, doesn't have a family, children, that sort of thing, right?
Well, yeah.
But he has all the normal urges of a man, right? So you assume that he has a relationship, at least at some shallow level, with women. If a man in black would utter to a woman what he does for a living, and she had knowledge of this,
right,
what would happen to her?
Well, they don't, constantly monitor, so I would assume everything would be okay, unless it was a plan, that's our loyalty. With the current one I'm in love with, I told her, I waited years and years. It's not paranoia, it's more, I'm not going to get this person involved in what I do, and I know it's going to hurt her anyway. I'm sure, you have found a woman, and that you are, a soulmate.
Yes, indeed.
And you don't want anything to happen to that woman that would ever put her in danger.
You're damn right.
Because basically what it boils down to is, love is the ultimate power. There's someone that you meet on the street corner and you see that, you may meet 20 women before you, but there's that one woman that just kind of, for some reason, you just can't seem to stop thinking about.
That's love.
That's love. I wouldn't want anyone.
Yeah, obviously, you're being heard now by millions. Your old bosses are listening.
Obviously.
What would you say to them?
Too late now, isn't it? Granted, there's a certain amount of skepticism when people listen to your show.
Yes.
They take a little bit for being truth-backed, kidding around, joking around.
Yeah, sure.
But
what could you say if we were to say to you, doubt what you're saying? We don't believe you. What could you say that would help us believe you?
Well, look at what the government's come out with over a few years. Okay, CIA has admitted that they yet can keep its stories on UFOs to cover the use of spy planes and the SR-71.
It's true.
They did indeed do tests on African American males to see how they would react to sexual diseases.
Yeah, it's true. And kids, plutonium, it goes on and on and on and on. So, in other words, if we embrace that as the truth, then we should embrace what you are saying as the truth. It is easily as believable. Yeah, sure.
You got to look at everything that at the core of every conspiracy theory or everything that's going on. There is a certain amount of truth. And I would not fault the people that make these decisions, because to them they're looking. The United States has to be number one.
Can I ask you a really hard question?
Sure.
As a man in black,
okay,
have you ever had to take a life, kill?
No. Don't have.
Have you ever had to rough somebody up?
Not so much rough somebody up, but standing on a street corner, following someone, stalking somebody, dressed in a black suit with black glasses, carrying a gun, and always being there. Letting them know that you're there is enough to just give someone the will.
So, a man in black's main job then is intimidation.
Well, why not? It's the same as a police officer. You're driving down the road.
That's true.
You see a cop hanging out on the side of the road. Are you going to speed up to 70 miles an hour? Or are you going to slow down to 55? It's the time.
Oh, there's no question about it. If you were to look out and see at the edge of your property some black skulking figure with a black hat and black suit, and as a matter of fact, it's funny. I had a caller not that long ago who said that he saw a man in black. We were doing the show on that, and he said he looked down and he saw this man in black, and he stood there and watched him until finally the man in black raised his hand and simply pointed, acknowledging that it was that man that he was there watching. In other words, it was the finger of intimidation. And that's all it takes in most cases, huh?
In most cases. And then the other thing we do is, once the evidence is gone, how are you going to prove? You want to get the evidence. Okay?
My word against yours.
That's right.
Yes.
The media.
Listen, I've got to go. You sound like the real deal to me, all right?
Okay.
Thank you very much, and we will talk with you once again. Another man in black intimidation. I always thought that was their real job.
It's kind of weird. I like those. It's pretty cool. I've been listening to your show that long. I did a job at a radio station, and I've been for affiliate of mine.
You're working with one of my affiliates?
I sure do.
Which one? Where?
WF1, Illinois.
Oh, right.
All right. That's right. I have a question about one of your cars.
I have questions about Eddie.
Yeah, I sure do, man. For dollars a day, this guy turned to a wolf. Perhaps I missed something, but hitting that guy, a man in black, what did he turn into a wolf? Maybe I missed that.
You did. He said that, yes, the man in black showed up, and as I recall the story, his father told him there was a family curse. And apparently told him what was going to occur to him, that he was going to turn into a wolf, and did. So we're talking about a cursed place now.
Okay. All right, gotcha.
Anyway, he sure sounded serious.
He did. And I don't know, he's not convincing. He just has stuff here at maybe I'm crazy.
I believe his word was. Well, how are we to say? Yeah, it could be. What it did for me, and I was very clear with some that he hit me with that line about always being it's something resonated in something. There are more things that occur than we know about it. And so I tend not to reject things just as
yeah.
Well, it's my way. Thank you.
Hey, no problem.
Thank you, Tim. It is different. No, it's so white. It's so good night.